Okay, we'll call this May 20th Committee of the Whole meeting to begin. The time is 6 p.m. I am Deputy Mayor Patrick Wilson, subbing in as the chair for this Committee of the Whole meeting, as we do on a rotating schedule with our deputy mayors. The first order of business is the adoption of the agenda. Could I ask for a motion to accept the agenda as presented? Mayor Genung.
Yeah, I would move that we move 5F, the recreation facility management conversation, to 5A. Just move it ahead of all the other business items and then move to adopt the agenda as amended.
Okay.
So 5F ahead of all the other fives.
To begin business,
Yeah.
as I suspect a number of members of our gallery are here for 5F, so why keep them waiting? I think it's
Exactly.
a smart move.
Yeah.
All in favor of that motion? And approved. We'll move that to the front. Our next item here is adoption of previous minutes. Can I ask for a motion to accept the minutes of the May 5th, 2025 Committee of the Whole as attached? Councillor Flowers.
I move that we adopt May 5th minutes to 2025 for Committee of the Whole.
Okay, all those in favor? Approved unanimously. On to delegations. Can I call for Glenbow Ranch Park Foundation, George Paffrath, Board Chair, and Jeremy Farkas, CEO, to the podium to begin their presentation, please. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to chat with you and hopefully come to a movement on what we're looking for here. The purpose of this presentation, if I can get to use these buttons here, is to seek your permission to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the town so that Glenbow Ranch Park Foundation can be part of the discussions that are going on in the planning of South Bow Landing Park. Now, the reason that we're asking for this MOU is that we believe that the bridge that's going to go from the north side of the Bow River, from Glenbow Ranch, onto the south side of which is South Bow Landing, will be an iconic bridge to begin with, and it will be a major entrance into both Cochrane from that side and to Glenbow Ranch going the other way. Now, the reason why the foundation should be involved in the design of this park is that we are co-managers of the park, and therefore we are involved with the 10-year management plan of the park. And that plan has shown to us that the amount of people that will be using the park with the opening of the opening from the east end from Calgary and the bridge at the west end into Cochrane will increase the traffic of people using that park from the current of 200 to 250,000 to easily to 500,000. I want to put that into perspective. Fish Creek Park has about 2 million to 2.5 million visitors a year. So it is foreseeable that our park, connecting both Calgary right to Cochrane, can easily see that 500,000 grow to 1 million and more. It also incorporates the Trans-Canada Trail, which will go through the park, go into Cochrane, and from there, eventually, hopefully go all the way to Canmore and beyond. We also in that plan envision that a visitor center is going to be required at river level. And also, the park itself, why wouldn't we put a visitor center at the west end of the park, in the park itself? Alberta Parks has designated this park as a mid-country instead of a fore-country or a back-country, which means that we want to keep the park as natural as possible. And therefore, this opportunity to be able to put a visitor center on the Cochrane side appeals to us greatly. Now, this is a map of the park, which shows on the far right side, Haskayne City Park, which the foundation is in the process of actually operating the visitor center down there, which allows us to interact with visitors coming in from the east. And also we have our Glenbow Central in the middle, which is down Glenbow Road where we currently are. And then on the left of the map, you see the bridge with the blue dot that shows our connection on the west end of the park. So it's a natural connection for us and a natural connection from people that want to visit Cochrane that are bicycling right from Calgary. So the reason why we see this as a main entrance, it's both the main entrance for Cochrane and for the provincial park, is that we want to be able to, if a visitor center is put up there, be able to provide Cochranites with environmental and cultural experiences. We want it to be an education center where the foundation will operate. We also could be an interpretive center. But more importantly, it can also be a destination point for Cochrane as it works with Alberta Tourism, Cochrane Tourism, Travel Alberta, which will get people to spend more time in Cochrane and actually be able to increase tourism in that area. The foundation is in a unique place to be able to offer those services. First of all, we've been managing as a co-managers of the park, the visitor center at Glenbow. We also are the managing partners for the Trans-Canada Trail that goes through the park. We have been involved with all levels of governments in this area. And as a non-for-profit, we have the ability to access grants and apply for funding that normal municipalities cannot do so. So we have the flexibility to go after other grants that are not available directly for municipalities. And being a charitable foundation, we have an accountability and a transparency to community, which should give everyone confidence that we will be able to manage such a facility as expertly as we can. We have sought the support of the trail, which is the Cochrane Rotary Club's efforts to build a bridge and continue a trail of Trans-Canada all the way to Canmore. We also made a presentation to your Parks and Rec Committee, and we have their backing. And of course, we have the backing of Alberta Parks. So once again, the request is a permission to be actively involved with the planning of how South Bow Landing Park will look like, in particular the visitor center, or can we put a visitor center in there that will allow both Cochrane to benefit from people that are entering from the park into Cochrane, and for us to interact with people from Cochrane that are going to enter the park. And that is my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I'm sure that's going to bring up questions and comments. It looks like we have a few already. Councillor McFadden, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. Gentlemen, it's great to see you again. And as you can see, we have a gallery anxious to get your update. I think they're here for something else. But we certainly do get the advantage of sharing your good news story with folks that are passionate about recreation in Cochrane. So yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. And I think, and I'm glad we're sharing this in the Committee of the Whole meeting, the great work that the GRPF does in sharing the Glenbow Ranch Park, Provincial Park with the area, and this great opportunity to finally connect the park with Cochrane in a way that that's connected and fun and accessible. And this dream, I'm glad to see, is taking a next step to reality. For myself, I find that both thrilling and a little bit frightening, as it will be transformative, and it will be up to us as the town of Cochrane and our partners to make sure that any of those changes are as positive as they can be. So I certainly support your initiative, your ask to be one of the partners at the table, as we find a great way to connect this gem with the town of Cochrane and to try to bring that Trans-Canada Trail connection through our community to life. So I wholeheartedly support your involvement, and I'm glad to see you here tonight, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues for more questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On to Councillor Reid.
Yeah, George, brilliant presentation as usual. Thank you. You know, I don't know that all of our residents necessarily appreciate that this provincial treasure is sitting right in our backyard, right? And how grateful we are that it's there. The MOU for me is a flash to the blinding obvious. You know, it's a no-brainer in terms of being able to move that forward. where I need clarity is, so would the Glenbow Ranch Foundation actually build this visitor center if we were to provide the land, or how would that partnership work, and what grants and funding would you have access to that we wouldn't?
Well, first of all, I think the foundation will not be in a position to build it. The foundation is involved and will be involved in the fundraising for the bridge.
Right.
And therefore, we would be involved in any fundraising that's required to build a visitor center. And we would want to be involved, obviously, as a leasee in being able to operate that building, should be there. Now, through Tourism Canada, Tourism Alberta, we have grants that we can access. Being in a location that's directly accessible for the Trans-Canada Trail, that allows us to access funds from the Trans-Canada Trail as well, because they are looking for destination locations that will attract them to the trail, and this will definitely be one of them.
Would the Haskayne family be willing to look at, kind of bookending this trail?
That's a very good question. There are multiple families that, as you know, are involved between the Harvey family and the Haskayne family, and there's a lot of other families involved. We will definitely be approaching them on all our donor base to ensure that we can get as much funding as we can for what we believe is an incredible entrance to our park from the west end.
Right, no, great presentation. I look forward to supporting it. Thanks, George.
On to Councillor Fedeko.
Mr. Pathrath, it's been a while since I've worked with you on CPC. You did bring out a great presentation. I'm just curious, what kind of timeline would you need for this to be able to proceed? I mean, obviously, South Bow Landing is just coming into being. What kind of timeline would you consider it for us to be able to work together to create something in a partnership?
Well, we've had the opportunity to bring out the Qualico to the park just last week, their planning manager, which showed us that they already had preliminary plans for that particular park, which sort of alarmed us that they were already proceeding with certain designs that we felt did not incorporate what some of our point of view of how it should be used. So with regards to timing of involvement, I think it's imminent. With regards to the question is, we believe the bridge will be built, and probably that bridge will be built within the next 5 years. And therefore that the area and the visitor center has to correspond with that timeline.
Perfect, thank you. So my next question is to administration. I'm wondering, so since Qualico is kind of proceeding down this timeline, I would like to see this worked in as a partnership. I think it's important, not only from a grant opportunity, but just from a good stewardship partnership. What can we expect? Can we slow down Qualico? Can we have everybody at the same table to kind of go forward?
Through the chair to Councillor Fedeko, there's actually two developers in this area. There is the Walker's Reach lands as well as South Bow Landing. So we've been trying to get those two groups working together. So we would be adding this third group to work with them. They have made quite a bit of progress, and as he shared, they have made a lot of progress in terms of their preliminary concept. So we'll have to work through that process with them.
So can we as council be guaranteed that nothing's going to happen until perhaps an idea comes back to council that involves a partnership?
Well, again, in terms of, we will take this feedback back to Qualico as well as the other developer and see what opportunities there are to collaborate with all the parties. This isn't coming back to council imminently anyways. This would be something that we'd likely see later in the fall or early next year. So there is an opportunity to work with all the different parties.
Thank you, Mr. Hyman. If I may add, Mr. Chair, through to Councillor Fedeko, two things. One is that council can expect to see administration following up this presentation with a report outlining, formalizing as requested by the Glenroe Park Foundation, this partnership and their contribution to the outcomes there. I don't think that there's any way to reasonably do this without interfacing appropriately with the Glenbow Park Foundation, and the developers are obviously a part of this. On the development side of things, I believe that both of the developers still need to develop their neighborhood plans for those areas, which have to come to council for approval. So you do have assurance that there will be no development outcomes that council doesn't have a chance to see, give input on, and ensure that the needs that are met here. I actually think Councillor McFadden encapsulated the way that I feel about the project well. It's thrilling and frightening. It does present tremendous opportunities, but there's a lot of implications to the amount of folks that would be entering our community from that vantage point with all kinds of new interests and all that comes along with that. So there's a lot of work to be done to ensure that we do this well, and that we meet the needs of the various stakeholders, including the Glenbow Ranch.
Thanks, I appreciate that. I would just hope that everybody comes to the table at once, because at the end of the day, whether or not we're talking about Glenbow Park Ranch, or we're talking about South Bow, or we're talking about any other developer within the area, we don't want to do it wrong. Let's slow it down, and I would encourage, that is the message from administration to developers, slow it down, because let's all come together and have a good plan, a plan that we all love going into the future, not one that's rushed and pushed through because of certain reasons. So that would be my message to them, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, Your Worship, members of council, thanks for the opportunity to speak and join you this evening. Obviously, I can't speak for the applicants in this matter, but I would say characterizing our conversations with them has been extremely positive. I think what we've lacked up until this point is just getting all the folks in the room together to be able to really vision out what this interface looks like. I think it has the incredible opportunity to be of benefit to Cochrane, but also for the landowners themselves. I don't think a lot of us were just realizing the fact that in our backyard could be 1 million visitors per year through that corridor. So I think to our extent, I'm not sure if the ask from our point of view would be necessary to slow things down. We really want to be able to push to advocate for this project to be done right. We think we have to move fast to be able to have everything in place so that that bridge can be opened. And then when the bridge is opened, at the same time, ideally, it's that front door to the park is opened at the same time. So there's definitely a speed element here. We want to make sure that we're doing this right, but not necessarily slow down for the sake of slowing down. We want to make sure that we can get this bridge open so that hopefully it's members of this council who get to cut the ribbon and walk across it sometime soon.
I appreciate that. The problem is with going fast, sometimes things are overlooked, right? And so when I say slow down, it doesn't mean slow it down to a snail's pace. It means do it right. And I think that's something that sometimes doesn't necessarily always get followed when it's multiple people trying to move forward. Mm-hmm. To get things done. Just do it right so that we don't have to come back and correct it in the future.
We so appreciate your support, Councillor Federico.
Thank you.
Mayor Genung.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Federico touched on most of what I wanted to say, other than thank you, gentlemen, for being here and for being stewards of the ranch. And Jeremy, I understand you're stepping away from the CEO role, and thank you for everything you've done over the last year and a bit. Might be 18 months, I think, I heard you say. But building off of what Councillor Federico was saying, I would like, ultimately, council, and what I'm hearing and with our process, council has the ability to say no, have input, and set the pace of this through neighborhood plans, giving land use. And then, but what I'd like to have some assurance around is that MOU that you're asking for. So administration, I'm hearing you, Mr. Derricott, come back with that's your intent? Thumbs up? Okay. Yeah, I think we just need something in paper that gives you the assurance you're looking for. And then I think the ball's in our court as far as the development stages go. So, okay, that was the assurance I was looking for. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Councillor McFadden.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to echo the theme I think I heard from you gentlemen is the need to, we don't want to wait. we want to do it right. But I mean, this has been a passion project for various folks for various years. The first time I became aware of it was like 2014. So for my personal passion, it's like 6 years past when I wanted a bridge in place. So I think, and I know your organization has been an advocate for this for many years and has been having these conversations about what it looks like to not only manage and preserve and conserve the park experience. And I know our team has been part of those conversations for the last couple of years as well. And of course, our partners with the Cochrane Rotary have been starting to have those conversations as well. So I think I'm just really glad that we're at this point where we're starting to formalize some of these relationships and ensure that all the right people are at the right table at the right time, because I'd really like to be taking my family and touring from the east side of Cochrane and heading to Calgary on the downslope way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That looks like all the lights. That just leaves me. Thank you very much for the presentation. It's exciting to see you guys back here under better circumstances. I know the last time we talked, it was the threat of an imminent flood by a dam at our Glenbow Park, and thank you for all the advocacy you did there, and I'm just thrilled to work with your group. I think our whole team, our whole bench here is pretty excited to see this project come to completion in a thoughtful way, like you're saying, and between your group, the trail group, and the town, I hope that we can see this completed, like you're saying, sometime in a term where some or any of us are still around the table, and it's an exciting project, so thank you for being here to continue to get it to the finish line.
And I will say, I think that's just really worth emphasizing our thank you on behalf of our volunteers, board, staff, stewards, the upwards of 10,000 children per year who come through our programming. We would not be in anywhere near this type of discussion about a year ago. But the fact that it was members of council who stood up with the courage to be able to advocate on our behalf, to be able to help find a better solution with the province, it's largely thanks to the community as well as all of you members of council, your worship, who stepped up in such a big way for us to be even just to be in a position like this, to be able to build up the park and build something really special and to last.
Very generous, thank you.
Thank you.
George, yeah, thank you very much, gentlemen, and take care. Thanks for the presentation. On behalf of all of council, thank you for being here. We can move on to our business section now and go to our new 5A on the agenda, the recreation facility management. Can I invite Mike Derricott, CAO, to the podium to begin his presentation, please?
Good evening, council. It's been a long time coming for this update. I'm pleased to be able to speak with council about what has been an ongoing process for close to a year now. And I acknowledge as part of this process, the council, stakeholders, the current group at Spray Lakes users have all been anxiously waiting for some increased depth to information provided about what a potential change at Spray Lakes might mean, and feel I'm very pleased to be at the stage where we can have some of those more detailed conversations and add some of the clarity that I hope will relieve discomfort as we move forward. The purpose of this piece of information, as always, is to ensure that council has all the information that they need to consider the proposal that has been placed in front of us for a potential adjustment to the operator at Spray Lakes Rec Center, as well as for what that might mean for future recreation facilities in Cochrane. I think it's worth noting, or beginning noting, I don't want to spend too much time on this. I think our community is pretty familiar with the history of our current facility. It's quite a unique story, and I think it is an absolute tremendous success story in our community, as Spray Lakes began as a community initiative with a single arena in 2001, and through several initiatives at the grassroots level, with the municipalities only coming on board in I think in the most direct way with the last renovation in 2017, that our community has enjoyed an incredible hub for active living, community connection, and so many important elements that we've enjoyed as part of this. Council may recall, as we engaged this process in the early stages, This was never, from administration's perspective, a referendum on what is happening at Spray Lakes. We believe that we are operating from a relative position of strength in terms of the programming offerings and the performance of that facility, but it was really driven by the pressures that we're feeling in our community in many ways around the growing, changing, and evolving nature of our community and how we meet the growing, changing demands for these important core services, in particular, the recreation amenities that we enjoy. That led the question to come in front of council about whether or not the current model was the best fit for our community going forward as part of that. Council is quite familiar with these numbers and these pictures as they recently adopted a growth study that demonstrates what we've all been experiencing as residents of our community is that the growth of our community has and appears to be on a trajectory to continue to be at a high pace of growth. In 2017, when the final major renovation was completed at Spray Lakes, the population of Cochrane was approximately 26,000 people. And we anticipate that we'll shortly, just 8 years later, be crossing 40,000 residents in our community. And with that comes all of the interests and needs and demands on the services that come along with that. In particular, in this case, the recreational amenities. And so when we approached this question of what is the best model to provide sustainable and high-level recreation opportunities in our community, this was really ultimately the driving force behind that question is, as this demand changes significantly over a short period of time, how do we place ourselves in the best position to ensure access, quality, and financial sustainability of those important community facilities. So just a brief overview of the formal process to date. This was first formally introduced to council in the early winter, late fall of 2023. Council approved the issuance of the RFP last May. There was immediately following that several meetings at the current facility, obviously, and I think understandably, we knew that engaging in this process would have some implications in terms of the experience of staff and users as we went through this process. There was also a user group and leaseholders meeting held at that time to, as best as we could possibly articulate at that point, what the exercise was intended to do as we went forward. It was quite an extensive process as we reviewed 3 very in-depth proposals around what providing, again, those core services to our community in a sustainable and long-term manner would look like. And it was in October of 2024 that there was a council resolution authorizing administration to enter into formal negotiations with the YMCA Calgary as the selected proponent from the procurement process. Here we are on May 20th with an update of the outcomes of those negotiations, and it is anticipated that council would consider on June 2nd as part of a special meeting held in conjunction with the committee of the whole meeting on that day, the recommendation from administration that council enter into a letter of agreement with the YMCA to assume operations of the Spray Lakes Rec Center as part of that. I think it would be worthwhile to note at this stage of the presentation that as we've gone through this process, we have determined some elements of the Cochrane Arena, which has always been considered an important part of this process, that we, in conjunction with both Rocky View County and the YMCA, determined that we would need to address that a little bit different. It is the intention of the recommendation that the YMCA would enter into an operational agreement with the old arena facility to keep it operational in the short term, but that would be purely a service-based agreement and not contain all the same elements of the lease and operating as Spray Lakes. So programming-wise, again, in the short term, it is anticipated that the current status of the Cochrane Arena continues, but I just wanted to note that that will be captured under a separate service agreement from Spray Lakes facility. Okay, the YMCA. I don't want to belabor this point. They're quite a public organization, I think, with broad regional reputation, and many of us have interacted or accessed their facilities there. But I do want to just note a few of the high-level reasons as to why it became clear from the proponents that were a part of the process why YMCA was identified as the preferred partner as part of this. So YMCA Calgary just celebrated their 123rd anniversary in Calgary, and for almost that entire time has partnered with the City of Calgary in operating a variety of facilities in a variety of ways. Obviously, over the last several decades, the YMCA has been directly involved in operating and programming on behalf of the community, a number of significant recreation facilities that mirror the core services that we see in our facility, and have done so with a community-first philosophy, and are uniquely positioned to support a smooth transition and to build on the strengths that we see already in place at Spray Lakes. One of the most impactful conversations I had through this process was as I spoke with a representative from the City of Calgary to learn about their experience interacting with the YMCA. This individual whose sole role was as a community partner liaison shared with me that in their work, they had interacted with hundreds of organizations and facilitated projects and programs and service delivery with many of them, and that the YMCA was without question their preferred partner in terms of an organization to work with and build shared goals and shared objectives. So it was heartening to hear that experience from the municipal partner that YMCA works with in Calgary. So when we, administration approached the evaluation of this proposal as to what the outcome would be, again, I've let the cat out of the bag already that it is administration's intent to recommend that council enter into this new partnership with YMCA Calgary. Let's run over a few of the areas that were evaluated and the outcomes of those as part of this. So the first one you'll see before you is what would be the short-term financial impact to the municipality and ultimately to the taxpayers of Cochrane. It's anticipated that the financial performance of the YMCA would be improved over the existing arrangements. Some of this would be gained from economies of scale. Obviously, the YMCA as an organization having many resources could lean into those as part of it. They also are incredibly adept at program and fund development, both in fundraising and grant raising, that have allowed them to build a model that performs at a very high level in terms of the recreational space, and have demonstrated this track record for a long period of time. What does that mean for Cochrane? It's anticipated that we would go from approximate $1 million operating deficit, which is in the neighborhood of what we've experienced over the last number of years, to just over $1 million operating surplus, an average over 5 years. It'll take a little bit of time, early stages, $300,000 to $400,000. By the end of the 5-year period, as much as $1.8 million per year operating surplus. Obviously, I think it is important. You'll notice a word here is this is anticipated, and these are numbers based on best information that YMCA had as they went through the RFP process as part of that. Some members of the community may be aware, council certainly is that the most significant contribution that we as owners and as a community make is in the capital area. to the ongoing maintenance of the asset, life cycling of equipment and elements to ensure that the services can continue through the life of the facility. The capital contributions are not anticipated to exceed current levels, so the ownership group will still be committed to participating in capital contributions, but the early anticipation is that those would be in the same order of magnitude that they are now, which is roughly around $2 million annually. The long-term financial impact, I think, is one that perhaps Council may recall in the earlier conversations we have. It was probably the first entrance into this conversation that really grabbed my attention as an administrator. As I participated in some activities with my child at one of the YMCA facilities in the city, I became interested in what the arrangement between the city and the YMCA is in terms of the operation of the facility, and that precipitated some questions. And the current arrangement, when developed in partnership with the YMCA, who were partners in the development of, for example, the Brookfield Seton YMCA in the south, as well as the Rocky Ridge Shane Holmes, I believe, YMCA in the northwest, is that the YMCA operates those facilities at no cost to the municipality. So what does that mean for Cochrane? As I said, this was always the biggest part of the question for me personally. Was it's quite clear that we're at the point in our development as a community where we need to start considering what additional recreation facilities may look like in our community. And I have learned as a municipal administrator that recreational facilities are one of the most important, but also one of the most costly parts of operating a community. And so to learn that there was an opportunity where you could provide high-level recreational programming with minimal, or in this case, zero cost to the community as an owner is obviously incredibly appealing. You can see the impact here. If you were to look over a new facility over a 30-year time frame, we're talking in the order of magnitude of tens of millions of dollars that under our current model would be the responsibility of taxpayers. That would not in this model with the YMCA. Obviously, one of the most important questions here is what is the membership value and accessibility of the facility? And I think it is worth noting that the membership programs are not exactly the same, so I just want to be cautious about drawing too much of a direct comparison. The YMCA has a little bit of a different model than just a pure family membership as you see in Spray Lakes, but we did our best to generate as close as we could to a comparison here. And there is a small premium in cost to the YMCA compared to the current rates there. It is worth noting as well that I think that there is some additional value, although I don't want to overstate it, as most of our local residents are, I think rightly mostly concerned with access to their local facility, is that a membership at a YMCA certainly would generate the ability for members to access all of YMCA Calgary's facility, and generally speaking, any YMCA facility that they may find themselves in proximity to while they were traveling as part of that. I will speak maybe a little bit more about this later in the presentation as well, but I do want to note as one of the YMCA's core values is accessibility and inclusivity. They built their model on bringing communities and peoples together, and so ensuring the balance between quality, safe programming with accessibility is a part of their ongoing mandate, and something that they have navigated and done for many years as part of that. Up to and including, they do have their own programs around accessibility for those that may be economically disadvantaged as well. I think based on the gallery here tonight, this is probably one of the core questions that I want to spend a few moments on, is what are the impacts anticipated to be to the program offerings? And this has always been approached with the intent to have as minimal as possible impact on the existing programs. So for example, those that use the ice rinks, ringette teams, men's hockey teams, minor hockey teams would expect to have limited to no impact in the allocations of ice and those types of things. Admittedly, obviously with a different operator, the very specific practical interactions in terms of booking processes or those types of things may be adjusted. But the point here is that we do not support administrationally and have strongly communicated and worked to ensure that the YMCA is aware that this is not a program evolution or a program change. We expect those folks that use the facility now to be able to continue to use the facility in virtually the same ways that they've been using it as part of it. Again, I think it would be disingenuous to say that there won't be marginal or moderate changes, but the core programming elements will remain intact as part of that. For example, I've heard some concern around curling being not part of the program. I can assure council and the community that is intended to be maintained as a core element of the facility offerings as we go forward. One of the strengths of the YMCA is the way that their programs have developed around enhanced and direct recreational programming as a way to connect the community in particular with a focus on youth and families, newcomers and other underserved populations. And so in a social sense, we would expect significant expansion, enhancement in the way that that facility supports and welcomes all people of Cochrane to participate through a variety of programs, both existing and new as part of that. How does this improve the resiliency? And I apologize, it was intended to say operational capacity of the facility, I think is another critical element as part of this. The YMCA obviously brings a level of organizational capacity, resiliency that isn't currently enjoyed. We have a really tremendous group of recreational programmers and practitioners that operate this facility as part of it. The intention of this is that the overwhelming majority of staff would become a part of the YMCA team and continue to deliver those programs locally in our community. So again, for the vast majority of users, the folks that you would see while you were playing hockey or swimming or would be the same people delivering those programs and services as part of that. But they would be backed up by a lot of bench strength and a lot of expertise and a lot of capacity that obviously a group like the YMCA Calgary offers that we don't currently enjoy in our community. So I think it's important to note that both in terms of the existing resiliency, but also in terms of the scalability of the operational capacity would be significantly improved under a partnership with the YMCA. I think it's incredibly important to note what does the interface look like between the YMCA and the communities going forward. This is expressly, again, outlined in the proposed agreement that there would be robust reporting both at the operational and administrative level. We've tried to outline the types of things that would be a part of those regular meetings between ourselves administratively and the operators being the YMCA, but also that there would be at minimum annual reporting to council and the community on governance, risk management, and the financial performance of the facility to ensure visibility and transparency as part of that. One of the other concerns that I think rightly has been expressed by the community, and candidly this was the very first question that I think we proposed to Cochrane, is how do we ensure that this facility remains a for Cochrane facility and doesn't just get amalgamated into the the YMCA Calgary's broader service provisions. For example, I always use this as a parent of 4 kids. I remember the mad scramble. It always was to sign up for swimming lessons the very minute that swimming lessons became available because they fill up so quickly. Is how do we ensure that we're not going to see a whole host of folks from Calgary come and start to fill up these programs as part of this. And so it is, again, expressed in the agreement that we expect that there is policies and programming elements which ensure that Cochrane community will be served first in those types of arrangements, and that we maintain a community-focused element to this. This was immediately and in retrospect unsurprisingly supported by the YMCA, as they have always operated their facilities, as in their words, as the neighbors that to the communities that they're in, and use the example of the number of their facilities in Calgary, where the programming is very different from facility to facility as they respond to the needs of the differences in the communities that they serve, and tailor their programming to meet the local communities, even inside their broader system, inside the city of Calgary. And had no problem committing to operating in that same way in Cochrane, which is to say, to ensure that the needs of our community continue to drive the offerings and the programs that they would share with our community or provide on behalf of our community. The other element that I think is incredibly unique to the YMCA model is that they leverage and utilize an incredible volunteer network to build the true community feel in their facilities, and that in many ways, I think that the direct community involvement in Cochrane would be increased because there would be many folks who would then have volunteer opportunities to be able to get directly involved in providing elements of the programming to our community to support the spaces and the connection, and to build social outcomes that I think are really healthy. And the YMCA is as good as any organization I've encountered in generating, leveraging, and maximizing the input of volunteers in their system, which I think would add a level of community involvement beyond even that which we enjoy currently. So council has gotten used to administration sharing the outcomes of these conversations in this model. Again, I won't belabor each point, but I think based on the information shared, there's clear indications that the short and long-term financial impacts are incredibly positive. Of note that there is small marginal cost increases, however balanced by some enhanced value with accessibility to additional facilities as part of that. The program offerings are expected to have low to no change as part of this process. A significant improvement in the operational resiliency of the facility, improvement in reporting and transparency, and improvement in community involvement. It's administration's position that the overall value proposition is incredibly strong based on these elements. I want to speak for a moment about public engagement, as this council has had this as a strong focus over the last number of years, and our administrative team, I think, has worked incredibly hard to respond to this interest from council, and I think rightly to the community as part of this. And I think the core question here is what level of consultation or engagement was appropriate as we went through this process. And I think that reflecting on the fact that this is not anticipated to drive programming changes, as in we are not asking the question or operating under the premise that there will be core programming changes, and that the reality is this is a kind of back of the house outcome, the management and administration and operational outcome that is anticipated to have, again, minimal impacts as part of this process, that we didn't engage the public in terms of asking the question as to whether or not, for example, they want us to run the facility more efficiently. We take that as a public interest and an inherent responsibility that we have as part of this process. And again, I don't want to, at the risk of making a clumsy analogy or comparison, I would draw council or the community's attention to, in the not too distant past, council or the community of Cochrane switched our provider for garbage pickup as part of this. The previous provider was doing fine. We found cost efficiencies and implemented this, but we didn't change bin sizes, we didn't change pickup schedules, we didn't change any of the core service deliveries. And so again, in that element, we wouldn't have gone to the public to say, hey, we're gonna change who's picking up the garbage here, but we think we can do it more efficiently and more effectively as part of this. This is obviously something that I think is, the principles are what I'm trying to highlight as part of that process that are important. The other thing that I would note about public engagement is, and I think council has recently been shared with some of the early stage outcomes of the engagement around the Parks and Recs master plan process, which has been incredibly robust. And I know many of the users and user groups have been and continue to be directly engaged as we work through that process. And those, I think, are the most important elements that will, I think, guide future council decisions around investment and programming elements as part of this. And so encourage and I think I want to express appreciation for all of the time and effort that's gone into that from the community to help us as we go through that. And we'll continue to share with council and with the community the outcomes of that and how they impact the decisions going forward, as they will continue to impact decisions regardless of the operational parameters at Spray Lakes. So the next step as currently proposed is that administration would bring forward a resolution for council consideration on June 2nd in a special meeting to be held in conjunction with the committee of the whole meeting on that day. This date is chosen mostly to line up with our partners at Rocky View County, who are 50% owners of the facility and who are taking the same decision on June 3rd. And so feel like it's an appropriate timeline to have council consider this in conjunction with our partners. So thank you. With that, we'll be happy to take feedback and answer questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Darracott. Just before we turn it over to the bench here, to make sure that I have this correct, tonight is a no voting decision, obviously. This is for information only, and the vote will come June 2nd, as we just saw on the last slide?
That is what is currently suggested, yes.
Okay, well, let's get it going. Councillor Fedayko, please, go ahead.
Thanks. I actually have lots of comments to make. I will not be supporting a vote on June 2nd, first of all. It's way too soon, and I think this is the first real opportunity that I think the public has to understand that council has actually heard a lot of the proposal and what is in front of us, including cost savings, including the impact, including everything else. I do want to state that the YMCA has done many great things for many communities. It's not a critique about the YMCA at all, but I have many concerns about how this has come into the Cochrane realm. It'd be very different if I felt that the YMCA approached Cochrane to set up a new facility. That would be a great thing. They could build a new facility, they could provide their own programming, and it wouldn't affect a current facility that is here that was built really by the community, for the community, and ran by the community, including the board. It's not to state that I don't think council is going to sit around the table and state that we've always supported where things have gone with Spray Lakes, right? Especially since the expansion with the pool, the curling rink. We realize there's been lots of financial impacts to the community, to the taxpayer. I know Councillor McFadden and I have had many conversations over this. We've asked administration for facts. Sometimes they haven't necessarily been clear or given to us. But then all of a sudden, this now shows up on our doorstep. Initially, it sounded really great, that this was going to be no impact to a taxpayer, but that's not what I'm getting at all, including in what I have sitting in front of me, which currently states that contributions from the owners, based on what they are currently funding, will continue to be expected to finance any deficits in operations, life cycle capital, or elected capital projects. When I look at the 5-year, kind of projection, it's not clear enough to me to make a formal decision based on that that's going to be a really great decision for where Cochrane is sitting, and especially not to enter into a 25-year agreement that I'm expected to vote on in 13 days without any sort of actual public engagement or user group engagement. That hasn't been done. The financials are fuzzy. I don't understand what the membership benefits are going to be. I don't understand how this impacts the groups. I don't understand how it impacts the staff. Currently, the amount of staff that works for Spray Lakes, and this has been a concern that's come forward to me, is that we have people that they have families here. They live in Cochrane. Their families are in Cochrane. They work at the facility. All of a sudden now we bring in a different user group who's going to bring in their own employees, perhaps their own mandate. How does that impact the people who currently work there? It's also fuzzy that I have no idea what's going to be protected and what's not going to be protected. Now we're looking at building a new arena, which was never, I don't think, anything on council's radar before, up until the fact that the Y didn't feel that it was insurable. Honestly, I won't give this my support until proper public engagement is completed. And yes, I understand that, we can't go out to the public and ask them for every decision. However, comparing it to garbage pickup is not even relevant. It's not relevant. It's like you're comparing apples to friggin' carrots. I don't know. It's not relevant to my mind. And I'm actually annoyed that this is coming up within, I'm asked to make a decision within 13 days. And then it's also within, 4 months to an election, where this will not be a problem because this won't be implemented into January 2026 with a whole new council sitting around this bench, possibly. And so now we take a decision that council's going to make in 13 days that's now going to be put on to a new council who's going to have to own those problems if there is any problems and if there's stuff that we can't answer. That's not good enough for me. Come back with some clear things, do some proper engagement, and then maybe I'll give it my support, but right now, I'm certainly not getting my support.
Councillor Nagel, go ahead.
First, I would like to mention that I share some of Councillor Fedeko's concerns about the details. Perhaps I'm a bit more neutral in my position on where I stand on the matter. To first address the opportunity and reason that we may look at something like this, I think it's no secret Cochrane needs an entirely new rec center, and these days those run between $60 to $120 million. And to my knowledge, in our financial plans, we don't know how we're going to be able to provide that. So when a creative solution like this comes forward, and we're told we may be able to find multiple millions of dollars more per year in our budget by finding new operational efficiencies in the rec center, it has my attention. However, I am not yet convinced on the merits of the specific proposal. During the 18-month window that was displayed in the presentation, where we looked at how long council's been engaged in this conversation, I feel that at every single step, whenever there's been really substantive questions or pushing for details, it's always been, well, just wait till we have something, then we'll give you all the answers. And so this is where I share Councillor Fedeko's concerns, is we're here, now we're gonna have some substantive conversations, and I worry that pushing it to have it concluded in 2 weeks is just too quick for me to feel comfortable. And everything that was addressed in your presentation, Mr. Derricott, I think sounds great. If it's all true, fantastic. But for me, I just know that the devil is in the details in these things. And I come to that perspective with my own personal experience. About a year ago, somebody came to me and offered to invest in my business, and what on the face of it sounded like a fantastic deal. After a couple of meetings, I was basically popping champagne bottles. But when it came time to actually get a contract that I reviewed with lawyers and looked at the details, it turns out they were basically taking advantage of me. And the whole thing was a junk deal, and they wanted everything from me, and they wanted to guarantee nothing from themselves.
And so I need to make sure that that's not what Cochrane would be looking at engaging in here. So I need to get a full understanding of what is it that Cochrane's going to gain from this, what is it that Cochrane is going to be asked to give in return, and I have a bunch of very specific conversations that really, until I actually have a draft contract or an offer or a deal to talk about, I have a hard time understanding those specifics. So firstly, I could ask you a few specific questions
Absolutely.
of that nature. So I saw in the presentation you mentioned a 25-year letter of commitment. So are we talking about entering into a binding agreement for 25 years for operations?
Yes, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Nagel. Yeah, the premise of the agreement is that the model applies to a long time frame to be successful. It is not ironclad, as in both parties have appropriate exit clauses as you would in any arrangement of this nature. I apologize, it's escaping me right off the top of my head whether that's 6 months or 1 year. Again, much the same as our current arrangement, that there is opportunities should the nature of the relationship change or the interest change, that there is options to move out of that.
Yeah, that's probably the first most important thing that I'd want to know is the exact details of if we went down this path and it's not working out, how do we pull the plug? And what sort of financial obligations would we be subject to if we did want to pull the plug on the whole relationship? And then in terms of the financial setup, am I understanding correctly that we would sign over operational responsibility to the Y, and then we would then, however, be responsible for any potential capital or operational cost overruns?
Through the chair to Councillor Nagel, yes, that is correct. Again, that is the exact situation we are in now. We have that agreement already with the current operator, where they operate at arm's length from us, and we are obligated to meet those financial, operational, or capital deficits. So it's in that case, it's a status quo arrangement.
Okay, and then is Rocky View County, the other owner of the facility, willing to take on any of that obligation, or would it be entirely falling on the town of Cochrane?
So we have an existing cost-sharing agreement for operations that is based on usership. That is, I believe, appropriate. That was just redone within the last 18 months, and I think appropriately reflects, as I said, the usage of county residents of the facility in ratio to Cochrane residents, and puts us in a good position that way. Part of what you will see as part of the questions is a obligation to enter into an ownership discussion with Rocky View County. Again, this council may recall that the ownership of this facility has been a kind of an up and down question for a number of years relative to Rocky View County having a 50% ownership stake on paper, but not a 50% ownership stake in terms of usage and community involvement as well as investment. And I do believe that that question does need to be addressed. It's anticipated that both municipalities would sign an MOU that along with entering into this arrangement, we would both commit to settling the ownership question long-term, which would include capital obligations.
Okay, so if we're looking on maintaining the status quo of absorbing essentially 100% of the downside risk, who stands to gain on the upside? So they're projecting a pretty substantial surplus. What happens to that surplus and who gets control of it?
Yeah. So much again, as the arrangement is currently with the facility, any revenues generated through the facility need to benefit the outcomes of that facility. And so if the financial performance of the facility is improved over projections, that money will be reinvested into the facility, obviously beginning with need to do and then perhaps onto some nice to do items if those resources become available.
And are there financial controls that can be or are in place to ensure that all that surplus remains within Cochrane at the Cochrane facility and it's not transferred out to other YMCA facilities?
That is correct. I think there is some limitations on that in the sense that the YMCA would be leveraging and investing resources that are generated from their broader organization, and so that there would need to be some associated expectation that the benefits would go into that larger context. However, it is expected that we would have direct visibility on the revenues generated and the investment made in our local facility.
Okay, so that's something I definitely need to get more information on before I'd be willing to support the agreement. I guess what I'm hearing is that because they operate as a larger unit, a large amount of their costs, probably broader administrative expenses, are kind of centralized, and so some of the surplus needs to go to the central body to pay for those. But I don't know, maybe there's some sort of ratio or percentage that they could guarantee would stay in Cochrane.
Yeah, that is a valid question. As I said, that there is some elements of that that are clear, that direct investment in the facility would be a first priority in terms of, like I said, improved financial performance, as in they wouldn't be able to leave known and needed asset management elements unaddressed while money was flowing back to the larger organization. So there are some elements of that in the arrangement and the understanding as well, but I will be able to add some color to that when we come back for another conversation.
Okay, and then obviously you addressed this as one of the largest concerns, but our existing users' access to the facility, to what extent can we guarantee that current users will maintain equal or better level of service? Like, can we guarantee a certain number of ice times for minor hockey, for example?
Yes, so that is clearly expressed as a premise for the partnership, is that existing user groups and programs are the priority in the facility. Where I want to be cautious about speaking about this is, as we know, needs change over time, and what those ratios look like 10 years from now may not look exactly like they are now. So I want to be cautious to say that those things aren't going to change. What is not going to be changed is the prioritization of the users of that facility as they currently exist and as their usage demands as part of that facility. So minor hockey, for example, we know they've been here in our chambers a couple of times recently expressing the pressure that they're under for access to facilities, are not going to see their ice time diminished as part of this process.
Okay, so that's definitely another area that when we do get to see an actual written contract, I want to better understand
How
what
it's
language we have in
articulated.
there
Yep.
currently, and what we could do to address that for not my concerns, but everybody else's concerns in here. I think that's a very large point. And then the fees. It said that there was a new joiner fee of $75. I'm curious, would existing annual memberships in these agreements be respected and grandfathered in? And would all existing members be expected to pay a $75 joiner fee, or would they be grandfathered into the existing membership base?
Yeah, thank you. I'll answer that question in two ways. One is in a general sense, if this transition was to take place on January 1st, 2026, as is currently considered, if you had bought an annual membership in December, that membership would transition as part of that until December of the next year, at which point you would take part in a YMCA membership. In terms of the $75 membership fee, that's actually a question I will have to go back and ask specifically as to whether or not that would then be incurred as a future member. That's not a specific question I have asked, but happy to.
Okay, so I've raised a few points here, but I guess in closing, like I said, I think everything that's described seems very good, but it seems a little too good to be true. I was sitting here trying to figure out, how is it possible someone's just going to come in here and make us an extra, less $1 million of a deficit and plus $1 million surplus, so $2 million a year? Again, seems too good to be true. So I'm trying to figure out what's the catch, and maybe there isn't a catch. But I would hope that once we have something actually in writing that we can review, I would love if we could have a public hearing, because as much as I'm trying to poke holes in it here with my questions, often on these really detailed things, members of the community have brought up points that myself and other councillors never thought of. And so if we could have a public hearing after we actually have a publicly available copy of the agreement, so we could hear people's concerns, I would find that very helpful. And I know that is, can be time consuming and stuff, but I think it's really important we get this right. This is obviously one of Cochrane's most cherished assets. It's one of the most important things our entire municipal government and community has. But yeah, that's it for me. Thanks to everybody for being here, and thanks for your work on this.
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you, Councillor Nagel. I will just comment on your first disposition to too good to be true. I assure you that was my very first impression of this, knowing how recreation facilities generally operate and how expensive they can be as part of this. And again, I've just come to learn more about the uniqueness of the YMCA model. In particular, they have incredible track record of fund development, which is basically fundraising and philanthropy as part of their programming, as well as the way that they have built efficiencies through volunteerism and other elements that no other recreational organization I'm aware of has been able to replicate. And so they are offering a very unique financial proposition based on those elements that is obviously incredibly attractive. It's the reason I'm standing candidly, the reason I'm standing in front of you today as an administrator is because of the opportunities that affords our community. You also referenced early in your comments is I take very seriously what I've heard from our community, in particular ice users and others who are, desperate for expanded and growing facilities to match the growing demand in our community. And that improved financial performance is the clearest pathway that I can see to meeting those needs in the most financially sustainable way possible. In particular, I know that this council is very sensitive to their decisions and the impact they have on taxpayers, and to find a way to minimize that impact on taxpayers while also providing the amenities that they need for quality of life. I'm not familiar with or haven't seen a better way than this proposal, notwithstanding the obviously the detailed information that you're still seeking.
Okay, great. Let's move to our next question here. Councillor McFadden.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Derricott, for your presentation. Thank you, members of the gallery, for coming out and attending. As we all know, recreation is so important to our community, and it's a lot about what our community actually is. As Mr. Derricott has highlighted, we have a lot of recreation needs, and I am certainly open to finding unique and innovative ways to providing for those recreation needs. I think, just looking back on the history of this group working together, our first priority was like, we gotta fix traffic. And we leaned in hard, and there's traffic solutions going on all over town right now. The next one, and even then when we were having those conversations, for me, is we cannot forget about the rest of the community. We need to also have a plan for recreation. And so we're leaning in on Horse Creek Sports Park. We're seeing this need, and over again, organizations have presented to us about the need to build their community, whether it's soccer, or hockey, or pickleball, all of the sports. So sport and recreation is really where community gets built in so many ways. So this is a really important conversation, and I'm certainly open to the innovation of that. And so I wasn't expecting when Mr. Derricott brought this to us last year that this is going to be an option on the table. And so when we're looking at this, I think the principles, the values that I'm bringing to the considerations is, I want to make sure that we're maintaining and improving our services. And I want us to maintain or ideally improve our operational situation on this and our capital situation on our recreation. And then, to ensure that our current stakeholders, whether that's, our users of the space, are part of that future, but also the different businesses that are in play there, the different user groups, that everybody's part of that community has a future in this new future. And so it's kind of through those three principles that I've got a whole schwack of questions here today. And so the different questions that I want to ask, some of them are through my own lens. Some of them are from folks that have reached out to me. Some of them are from the plethora of emails that hit our inbox recently. So there's a lot of interest in this, and I really do appreciate today and tonight as an opportunity to get some clarity, not only for a councillor on the bench, but for our residents overall. And anytime, we all know this, that there's a lack of information or we don't have it accessible, we fill in the gaps, and sometimes different stories get created. And so, I've created some of my own stories, they're great. So I'm really looking forward to the chance to kind of dig into this and ask those questions. And one of the pieces that I was hearing through the story, the narrative, is there are so many benefits to the YMCA partnership that we really would benefit from the economy of scale that they would bring. The downside of that, I think the risk that we're all feeling perhaps, is that lack of local control and local involvement. So that's the premise of kind of where my questions are coming from. So I'm just gonna kind of go through my sheet. Some of them Mr. Derricott has answered, and some of them I haven't heard just yet. And I know, Mr. Derricott, you did address this as part of your presentation, but just in a short, succinct piece, why are we looking at this option? Why aren't we sticking with the current model? Shortly.
Yeah, thank you. The quickest way I can say that, I think, was encapsulated in what I just shared in response to Councillor Nagel is I don't see a better way to create the overall financial capacity to meet the growing, changing demand for recreation in our community, or a better value for tax dollars in providing these services.
Thank you for that. By your presentation, this is an attempt to, improve our services. It looks like it's an attempt to also improve our financial situation. So I had some questions about that. I was checking this year's budget, and we spent $3.23 million of taxpayer dollars invested into the facility this year. That was a mix of operation and capital. And so by the numbers you'd presented, I think year 5, things were looking really rosy. But if I wanted to measure this, right now, in year 3, would we be looking at a point where the municipal taxpayer is not going to be transferring money to operationally run the facility? When's our break-even point operationally?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So the operational surplus is expected to be generated in the first full year of operation. Now, it's relatively modest in year 1, several $100,000s of dollars, to by the end of year 5 approaching $2 million, I believe 1.8. So the positive financial return is expected to happen relatively quickly, modestly, but improve in quite short order. By year 3, we're talking about $1 million improvement in that equation.
For council's benefit, given that Mr. Derricott's at the podium right now and may not have it in front of him, that is all on page 5 of the report included in your package.
Okay, thank you very
numbers.
much. Yeah, I've got that here. So we had that piece. So then capital, though, is those ongoing costs. That's not going to come, we're not going to be able to use that positive revenue from the facility to support that. The municipality taxpayers are going to have to do that, or the owners are. So Rockview County and ourselves are going to have to ongoingly commit to capital costs. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so through the chair, I think the best way I could encapsulate this is right now our overall contribution as owners, the number you quoted, 3.5 million?
3.23, yeah.
Yeah, would be $2.5 million. So we would still have that obligation, but it would be as much as $1 million less, with almost all of that being capital in nature, as in there would no longer be an operational subsidy taking place there.
Right. And so when we're talking about ongoing capital investments, that's new roofs, repairs to the pool, making sure the shower's warm, that'd be nice.
I would just add to that, as with the current arrangement, barring any major unforeseen capital catastrophe, which can and do happen in some case, yes, that there's just an ongoing, relatively stable commitment of between $1.5 and $2 million to ensure that they have the resource to keep the asset in good condition.
Excellent. Capital. Oh, so this was, we're getting into the kind of the questions I was hearing from residents. So one of this, in the blending of the model by which the facility has been run to date, and then the model that the YMCA has traditionally run, that a lot of folks are aware of, there's a bit of conflict in how it's been run. Our facility, we've got Patsy's Place. We've got different businesses that are run out of there. We have the lounge. So would all of those elements be retained and allowed to continue in the new model? I know it doesn't align usually with the WISE model.
Thank you. Yeah, there are some outliers as part of this, as in if the Y was greenfield developing this facility, they likely wouldn't have some of those elements. Most YMCA's have food service outlets as part of it, so that is not an issue as part of that. And all existing leases are intended to be honored at least through to the conclusion of their leases, and then again evaluated on a business level as they would be at any point, and as they are in the current arrangement. I want to stress that as well, is not all leases are maintained. Some businesses come and go, and there are changes of tenants as part of that. But that would be made under the same premises as, those decisions would be made under the same premises they are now, as in, are they the right business opportunity for the facility? Do they enhance the facility and help meet the needs of the facility? I will say that in terms of the operation of the lounge, which I believe is an internal operation, that it is unlikely that the YMCA would directly continue to operate an active lounge in the facility. So that is one element that I can say would not likely continue as part of that. I don't want that to be heard as the same as saying that there would be no alcohol allowed for any activity for any reason. They just operate that more on an event basis rather than an establishment that would generally be operating as a lounge.
Would there be an ability to, work in the contract and see if we can amend that? I understand there's great support for maintaining that from both, our hockey teams and from the curling piece as well.
Yeah, my understanding is that is likely not something the YMCA would be open to in terms of the ongoing operation of a lounge, but do and will continue to consider the provision of alcoholic beverages on an event and case by case basis as part of that. So.
Okay, well, it's good to get the clarity.
Yep.
Let's see, blending models, some job losses you'd identified. As I heard that, kind of most of the large majority of folks are going to be needed, their jobs to be able to transition into the Y. As I'm understanding it, it's probably more at the management level where we'd see that cost benefits of the economy of scale with the Y. There might be transition of roles. Is that?
Yeah, the YMCA has been incredibly clear that their intent is to retain as many and the vast majority of staff as possible, in particular those, the direct deliverer of services. They need those folks, want to continue and build on the great work they've done. Obviously, the community relationships that are part of that. There is likely a handful of management positions that become redundant as part of the larger mechanism that YMCA brings to the table, but we're talking less than 10 positions as part of out of the several hundred that exist there. So the vast majority of staff are hoped to be retained. Obviously, that decision does exist at the individual level as well, but if the YMCA had their way, those folks would all continue to participate in providing these important services to our community.
Thank you for that. I think the other piece I heard, Councillor Nagel had asked about, losing ice. That's not expected to be like a concern. The continued management and provision of that would be fine. I did see concerns that perhaps curling was going to be lost.
I can confirm that is not true. Curling will be maintained.
Okay.
Yep.
Here's some of the other questions. In the process itself, one of the questions I heard, why was the current operator not allowed to bid on the project? And I think in tandem with that, if there was an expectation for a change in management, was that communicated to the management governance team?
Yeah, and I'll perhaps the mayor can add to this as well, as obviously a participant in the board who was party to all of these conversations. The proposal was significant, and we asked for immense pieces of information and feedback, and there was a lot of work to be generated as part of that. And the feedback that was given to the society was that they are welcome to submit a proposal, but they may not want to go through the exercise of producing all of that work when we're already pretty aware of the current state and everything that exists there. And so there was never a strict prohibition or suggestion that they were ineligible, and there was decisions made around whether or not a proposal was to be submitted. I don't know, Mayor Genung, if there's anything you would like to add to that.
Just a small piece, thank you. The board was made aware that they had the opportunity to provide a proposal. As Mr. Derricott outlined, for many reasons, the board decided not to submit, but had the opportunity to. And it was under the decision-making process that we went through was, we understood all the other proposals that the RFP would generate would be measured against the current operation. So there was no need to compare ourselves against ourselves.
Okay.
But that opportunity was there. We talked about it at length.
Okay, yeah, thanks for the clarity on that. That was one of the questions I heard. I think that one came up at the trade show. Let's see, the old arena you've addressed. Councillor Nagel has identified the need to see a detailed agreement in advance of voting on it. That would be something for myself as well. The 25-year lease, exit clause, I would need to see that as well. And I think, like I said, coming back to the point I made at kind of the beginning, the appeal, I think certainly of the Y is that the benefit to the economy of scale and what they bring to perhaps the service level increase. And I mean, if there's a way to save $1 million a year that we could invest in other recreation pieces, that is a really appealing win. Balanced off against, that risk of local autonomy. So there's kind of two asks I think I have around that is there an opportunity to work with the Y to make sure that Cochrane has a designated spot on the Y board, whether that's a council rep or a community member rep, some way that Cochrane as a community is represented. I'd like to see if we can have a conversation around that. And then again, as on the public engagement side, I think everybody knows that I firmly believe that we make the best decisions when we are engaged with our residents and understand what their priorities are. And so while this public hearings aren't required as they are in a land use decision, I would be very much interested in establishing a public hearing to hear from our community on this in advance of any decision making. So yeah, the details of the agreement I really need to see. I think a public hearing so that our residents, the 100+ folks that are here today, would be able to, having had this opportunity to hear some more information, but be able to meaningfully engage in this decision making is really important to me. So thank you everyone for bearing with me on my many questions that I've been thinking about over the last little bit. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the thoroughness of the report. And again, I appreciate everybody that's come up tonight. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Through the chair, if I may just address the autonomy piece, because I think it is critical that there is a full understanding of what that means in the current arrangement. So the short answer to your question about board membership is no. They don't do that with the city of Calgary either. And so that's not going to be something they entertain. We are, in all simplicity, hiring them to do a job, but once we hire them to do the job, we have to give them the leeway and the ability and the freedom to run their programs in a way that generate the results. So to achieve the outcomes that I think we all find attractive in terms of the high level financial returns, we do have to ensure that they have the ability to run their program in the way that allows them to generate those returns. What I would say is, again, that is no different than the way we operate now. We don't have direct, aside from the board membership piece, which I think is important, we don't drive the direct decisions or policies or programming elements at the facility. And so I don't think there'll be as big a change there as possible. Again, the YMCA is very sensitive towards this. They're very aware of the importance of maintaining the community connection and what's really driving the facility there. They have experience with this in the communities that they operate in the city as well. But I do want to ensure that there is clarity that a certain amount of autonomy is required by the YMCA in order to enter into this operational arrangement. That's part of what they need to make this work on their end. So I don't want to shy away from that reality.
Okay, thank you for that. Before we go on, I'm just seeing a few faces beyond the glass. Can you hear us okay out in the gallery outside? Oh, excellent, okay. So we're doing good out there. Councillor Flowers, please.
Hey, just a few questions that weren't asked yet. What about the name of the rec facility? Is it staying the same?
Yeah, thank you for the question. As per the arrangement, all existing agreements will be maintained. I believe we're about 2.5 years of the way through a 5-year naming agreement, and so at minimum until the end of that agreement. I do understand that the YMCA has already been connected with the Molsness family and interested in perpetuating and maintaining that relationship. I can't presuppose what that outcome might be. But at minimum, through the end of the current naming arrangement, again, as it would under the current management, when that agreement ends, there would have to be consideration of what comes next. So, but there's not going to be an immediate change to the name of the facility other than adding, you know, for example, perhaps it becomes referred to as the Spray Lakes YMCA as part of that.
Okay, great, thank you. Regarding the On the Rocks program, could you ask them if they could do it in a different way? If they don't want to deliver it, could they look at a community group doing it or a business so that we don't lose it? Took quite a few years to develop that program and people are really enjoying it. I'd hate to see it just go.
Yeah, in fact, thank you very much. That is exactly the way the YMCA answered the question when I asked it. Again, they were quite clear that for them, it doesn't look like the operation of an ongoing lounge facility, but that does not mean that they're not open to other arrangements. This is where I have to stop. I can't and won't speak on behalf of the YMCA as to what those specifics might look like. But I am very confident that they are open to working with the users and seeking solutions to those issues. Again, I think it would be disingenuous to suggest that every single interest or every single preference can be met. That's just not going to be reasonable. But I think that we would have an incredibly capable and skilled community partner that would be navigating those conversations.
And part of that will be listening to what the people want and what they need and making it happen. So
Yep.
I'm confident about that. What about the farmer's market? Did they talk about it staying?
Yeah, thank you. The farmer's market is a great question. I'm not sure what the contractual arrangement is with the farmer's market, but I will say if there is an existing arrangement, it will be honored at minimum to the end of its current arrangement. The YMCA is very familiar. They've obviously been watching the facility closely through this whole process, and the farmer's market has not come up as an issue or a concern in any of the conversations. So,
Okay, if you could ask that question just before the next meeting. And I'm not in favor of doing a open house or a public question period because I think we've been doing this for 1.5 years now. And the people have been waiting and waiting for us to make a decision, and we're in the leadership role. We need to make a decision. The staff have suffered long enough. We've asked the questions, we know what we're looking for. We found somebody that's really knowledgeable and good at what they do, so I just can't imagine starting over again. Thank you for all your work.
Councillor Federico.
I want to thank my colleagues for bringing up some points that I haven't thought about or questions that I never asked. First, I agree with Councillor Nagle. We need to see a contract. We need to know the details. I mean, I think even Mr. Derricott, I think you've been asked questions and unfortunately you don't even know the answers to, right? And I think that it's very tough for us to make a decision based on questions that we've asked that you're like, ooh, like you don't personally know, right? So I think once we have everything in writing and it's very clear, it's underlined, what's staying, what's going, what the parameters are around things, that's when we can make an educated decision, hopefully. So we need to see the actual contract, then we need to publish it, because I think I think Councillor McFadden is right. Like, this doesn't just affect this council bench. This is a community-wide thing that can impact multiple people. And I agree, you're not going to please everybody. It's not what I'm getting at. But Councillor Flowers, I'm sorry, I absolutely disagree with what you just said, that we shouldn't be doing a public hearing. Yes, council has been aware, and I want to see if any marginally, because I've had people have asked me, like, what has council known about this? And I've been very honest. Council really, like, this is kind of my first kick at the cat too, right? From a detailed perspective point of view. And I don't want to put that out to the community that I've been sitting on some egg for 1.5 years and not sharing that information. Honestly, like, this is, and if anybody sitting around this bench disagrees with me, please speak out. But honestly, like, we've had very limited amount of information as to what this actually looks like, other than the RFP situation. Please do a public hearing. This is a big decision. And honestly, just, it's not that I'm against it. It's not that I'm thinking that this is wrong. It's just that I don't have enough information to be able to vote on it. I don't have enough information to be able to give my opinion on it. And I certainly don't have enough information to be able to go and represent the community that, rah, this is the best decision at this point. If it is, perfect. You got my stamp of approval. But I think that needs to be brought forward to the public and let them have an opinion as well.
Thank you. If I may, just on the, in reference to the contract that's been brought up a couple times, I would just note as well, obviously, as with any significant contract, this has been reviewed at length, including by our legal counsel, representing the municipality's interests as well. So this is common practice for reviewing these types of elements, and wouldn't consider entering into any significant agreement that hadn't been through that level of scrutiny, and is, as I said, a regular course of business. So I had meant to mention that earlier, but neglected it. So thank you.
Councillor Flowers, did you want to address those comments before we move on, or did you have a new topic in mind?
If I could just
Okay.
get it off
Yes,
my
please.
mind.
Yeah.
So this goes back 3 or 4 years. We had certain councillors on here complaining about the costs of Spray Lakes all the time and how it was managed. And we asked Mr. Derricott to look at what we could do different, and this amazing solution came up. So we've been having meetings with the Y, we've met with Rocky View County time and time again and gone over this, so it's not anything new. And I just think opening it up to more scrutiny is just going to open a can of worms, and it's not going to really change anything. We've done our due diligence, we've got lawyers involved, so let's just make a decision and get on with it.
Councillor Reid, you've been waiting patiently. You want to go ahead?
Yeah, I just want to say that I agree that this is probably one of the most critical, important decisions both council and the committee will make in our term, and that 4-year term. While I don't need the airtime that some of my colleagues have taken up because they've asked great questions, I look forward to being able to secure additional information to make an informed decision as well. So thank you for my colleagues for the questions they've raised, and I look forward to the discussion moving forward.
Okay, quick and concise. Mayor Janung.
Yeah, was not ready for that bullet answer there, Councillor Reid. I just want to begin by saying I didn't come here to declare my position on this. I remain open to hear from all of you as colleagues and wade through the emails that we're getting, et cetera. But I just want to start the conversation of this is not an us versus them. I think there's been a little bit of conversation in the community about that council or administration is up to something to, and I'm pleased that you started with that, Mr. Derricott, that this is not a witch hunt to out the current board or management at the rec center. It was really based in, I think actually going back 4 years to that original budget discussion where we had some questions about finances, et cetera. So, and as someone who's grown up in Cochrane and learned to skate at the original arena, I am not in favor of, and I just want to be clear to the community that council around this table, this bench, this administration, and Rocky View County Council administration are not in a position where we want to give away our rec center. This is not about selling off an asset. In fact, we've had that question at length where people have said, oh, you're selling to the YMCA. No, we are retaining ownership. Maybe I'll pose that in a form of a question. This is an operating agreement that is being contemplated, not a sale of the facility at all.
That's correct. Rocky View County and the town of Cochrane will maintain ownership of the facility.
Yeah, thank you. I knew that. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. And I think really what it comes down to is autonomy, small town Cochrane, losing feel, ownership, control, all of that. And I do want to, Councillor McFadden, thank you for bringing up the, when there's a vacuum, people fill it. I mean, I've had every single rumor land in front of me over the last year. I don't even want to repeat them because I've heard them actually repeated back to me as if I said it. But there's a lot of misinformation out there and a lot of uncertainty and fear, and I get it. This is a big decision, as everybody has said around this table. I just want to start by recognizing the board. That board has worked. I think in your history lesson, you were a little bit remiss in that it was an organization of a grassroots residents from Rocky View County and Cochrane that came with a need for more ice in this community. And at that time, we had only the original arena. And through that work of that group, out came the SLS board, a society, and off they came. And I know as a member of that board for the last 5 years that we never dreamed that this would be the position that we were in of managing $100+ million asset on behalf of this community. And I just want to recognize the great work that board has done over the last 25 years, and this is not a reflection of them. Actually, I think this is a reflection of the good work that they've done to be able to put us in a position to even have this conversation today in the first place. So thank you to that board. I got a whole number of questions here, but I think I'm on number 5. The other, as a resident of Cochrane, family who's utilized the center for 20-some years, no interest in impacting our own residents in this. I mean, this was a process of going through, well, what else is out there? And so now we're starting to see that some of those details. I just wanted to reiterate that I think council, I've heard from many of you that you need more information. This is the time to ask those questions. I'm glad there's some of them out there already. And instead of putting it on administration, I think we should take this back. We've always had control of this decision. We always will. So if you're not feeling comfortable with the timeline, we can change that. If you're not feeling comfortable with the information, ask for more. And if that's a public hearing or whatever, I would ask, well, what questions are we asking at the public hearing? So everybody has the information that best situates them to be able to make an informed presentation to us or send us emails, etc. But council drives that timeline, and so let's set that pace. Let's not push it back onto administration. You guys want to make a different timeline? We have that control. So I'm flipping back and forth with pages because I have so many notes here. I think one of the things I would like to understand better is the potential transition or what the future might look like. We've heard from many users about like a variety of things of costs being impacted for ice time or long-term relationships with users being erased and reset. I just want to be able to find comfort and confidence for everyone involved so that we can make that decision with confidence. So my question is, and some of these have been answered, but I had questions about the current tenants. You've answered that all of those agreements will be honored. I had a question about naming the facility. That remains the same. I know as a board member, we have an existing agreement for at least 2.5 more years, I believe. Board membership was answered, but maybe back to local control. Can you maybe facilitate a bit more detail around what that might look like and maybe compare it to what we have currently?
Yeah, thank you. I think the best way that I can answer that is that the YMCA model can't be successful without community buy-in, without users and members and people that participate in their facility. And so it's inherent in that system that they develop a robust connection with the people that they serve, that they understand their needs and that they meet those needs, or their model is going to fail. And we can look back and demonstrate that track record is clear through their work in the region. Many of us, like I said, have probably experienced that or participated in it in some way. And so It doesn't make any practical sense to think that the YMCA would come in with some interest of being incredibly disruptive to the things that are already working or already important to the community. It doesn't serve their interests, it doesn't serve the community interests, and they're by necessity overwhelmingly aligned in terms of what the YMCA hopes to see out of this versus what the community might hope to see out of this as well. So I think there's just some natural realities there that drive that. The other elements of that is as part of these annual reports, it's much like other arrangements we have where I guess I take there were some fans that weren't folks that weren't huge fans of my attempt to draw some parallels with other operations we have, in this case waste management, but I would draw a parallel to something like the RCMP, where we don't have direct control over what the police do on a day-to-day basis, but we influence that as they make regular reports, council gives feedback, they develop a plan and implement a plan that is informed by our community. It feels like that in this kind of model, again, which I think is reflective of the current state with the exception of the nature of the board membership, which I think is where most of that is funneled through today. It would just look more like council as a whole being reported to, asked for feedback, and being able to express concerns and highlight needs of the community for the operator to consider as they build their operational plans going forward. So perhaps that's a better way to express it than I previously attempted. But
Yeah, no, I appreciate that comparison better than the garbage one.
Thank you.
And I do understand why you made that comparison as the business sense of it, not comparing users in the same way. So thank you for finding another analogy. The one thing that you may not have touched on, and I think others have asked, is current staff. I've had multiple emails about staffing. We're gonna lose Cochrane staff. Everyone's getting removed from the center and city people are moving in. Please clarify that.
Yeah, I appreciate the prompt on that. The other element that came to mind as you were describing about the YMCA, again, wants and needs the institutional knowledge that exists, which includes the relationships that people have with the community, with user groups as well. And so, again, in the vast majority of circumstances, a user group interacting with the facility will be interacting with the same people they do now, having the same understandings, the same level of trust, the same confidence that those people know and understand their operations. That is the expected outcome there. And so it's not going to be overwhelmingly new faces. It's going to be the same folks if all goes as hoped through that transition period.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I just wanted to also touch on, and I think staffing is part of it, but how is this roughly $1 million a year savings being actualized? Is it on the backs of users? Are users going to just, we saw membership comparisons. And I would highlight to council that as a board member, we've talked about, we do an analysis we do a scan across the region, look at comparable communities and look at their, not just the YMCA, but including the YMCA for membership fees, et cetera. And that's how we set the rates currently in Cochrane. And that trajectory is trending upwards, not foreseeing, the pressures of inflation are projecting that to go up increasingly. But could you speak to, and I think others have brought it up, but so how would the YMCA, and I think Councillor McFadden used the words, the economies of scale. So centralized model, fundraising and volunteers, that's the shift in operating model?
Yeah, thank you. I was going to try to be as succinct as possible, and it's really those three major elements there. The YMCA has a unique combination of achieving economies of scale in their operations that allow them to enjoy certain efficiencies that other systems don't. They are incredibly successful and adept at fund development, which includes both fundraising, philanthropy, and grant opportunities. And the final one is development and deployment and access to an incredible volunteer element that supports their program. That's really what drives their success as an organization.
Okay, thank you. I just want to go to something, Councillor Nagel, you brought up on, so we're faced with a potential 25-year contract or agreement. I would like to see that off-ramp too. So, I mean, I think ours, well, I know now ours currently with the society is 6-month notice. So if council were to make this decision on June 2nd, there would be a 6-month notice period. The society would continue to operate to the end of the year. I think I heard you say January 1st is the potential YMCA transition. I would like to see what that looks like in that contract. So I too would like to see the contract.
If I can just confirm ahead of you
Yep.
receiving a copy of the contract, the termination clause that is included in the current draft of the LOA is intended to be consistent with what our current operating model is now. It's 100 days, 180 days notice, which is 6 months.
Yeah, okay.
Termination
Perfect.
at any time.
Thank you. I don't need to see
Thank
that
you,
line in the
and
contract.
I'll just, if I may, Mayor, certainly Stacy will be the one who can speak to the contract as she's been our lead on reviewing and working through the details of that, so I appreciate that question, but
Point being-
mirrors the existing arrangement.
Point being is this doesn't lock us in for 25 years. If we're unhappy, there's a 6-month notice period. We can change, similar, exact to the one we have currently. I'm almost done. I wanted there to be, and I think you made brief mention about this, that regardless of the decision point the council makes, we need to have a conversation with our other owner about, and I understand we have a good operating agreement, cost-sharing agreement. It's roughly 85-15 based on usership. But we need to have the same in a capital conversation where if we're 50-50 owners, I think there should be an expectation from Cochrane that they have 50-50 ownership in the cost of the capital to replace or upkeep the facility. Is that on the radar?
Absolutely. As I mentioned before, Rocky View County Administration has informed us that Rocky View County Council wouldn't consider moving forward without the signing of a memorandum of understanding that the parties would begin immediately to address the ownership question and the requisite capital obligations that come along with that. So at the decision point, council would be asked to endorse that MOU as part of the process as well.
Okay, I'm wrapping up here. I have heard you talk about and I've felt this too in my position on the board, the awkwardness of having this conversation, having it publicly, without tarnishing or picking on the current operating operators, the board, all of that. That's actually why I started my comments with the thank you to that board and the current employees. I think what we need here is a more of an understanding of what that transition looks like, what the potential YMCA and the users' confidence in what this potential change might mean to them. And I think if we were to go as a group of councillors to the Cochrane taxpayers, which most, if not all of the users are as well, and say, we're able to save you $1 million a year, and that would go into, as Councillor McFadden has suggested, into building more ice or facilitating more rec facilities in our community without impacting taxpayers. I think everybody would say yes. With the yeah but of what does it mean to the current users and the relationship. So I'm focused on that right now. I think the financial model makes sense. It's the relationship and the impact to users. And I think if we had the ability to provide confidence, clarity, that current users would not be impacted, and I think everybody can offer that minimal impacts are already expected in the current operating model. But what are the unknowns in this big question mark of YMCA? I would like to see a user group / stakeholder meeting with the YMCA, and again, I'll put on a different hat as board president to help facilitate that meeting in the rec center to shine some more light on what this transition might mean. And I think if we could answer that confidence question to users, I think there would be a lot less anxiety, fear, and then hostility even as we approach this decision. And again, I reflect back to council to say, if we're not ready to make the decision, we don't have to make it. So I would like to see that, that meeting facilitated. Is that something you can help us with?
Certainly, absolutely. I think that one of the benefits of where we're at in the process is even beginning with tonight, where we can have some of these dialogue pieces as part of this. And you addressed a little bit of the awkwardness of the information. And I think one of the hard parts about that from our perspective is that we legitimately didn't have the information to share until the very late stages of this process. As we had to go through detailed negotiations and all those types of things before we could articulate what the arrangement was as part of that. And I recognize how uncomfortable that has been for all involved as part of that. I think the YMCA, again, happy to interact with them and gauge their interest. My guess is that they would be very happy to participate in that type of conversation, to start to share what kind of user environment they believe in and how they create and maintain those relationships and respond to their needs and all of the things that a user, I think, cares about as part of that. So I'm happy to go back and ask about the willingness of the YMCA to participate in that. I suspect we'll get an affirmative, but obviously I can't speak on their behalf. And I will just say, obviously, administration's enthusiastic endorsement of this, and it is quite enthusiastic about the overall value proposition, is not made without the belief that this will not change the core experience of the users. If I did not believe that to be true, I would be up here having a much different conversation with council as part of it. So I just want to highlight the premise of that strong recommendation includes that the user groups will be well served and well treated and have minimal disruption as part of it. I believe that to be the case, which allows me to speak with confidence about that recommendation. So I just wanted to articulate that part of the disposition of administration towards this item.
Yeah, I think you have that confidence, which is why you're standing in front of us tonight. I would like the users to have and share the same confidence.
Understood.
And council also. And I would remind council, we all had the opportunity to meet with the Y and the board alongside our partners at Rocky View County. And we could facilitate another meeting, but I would appreciate if everyone would show up to that meeting as we start to get to the edge of this important discussion and decision for our community.
Thank you. If I may just touch on one other element that you mentioned there, Mayor. Well, I absolutely support and agree with council being in complete control of this decision. I do think there are implications to time and choices associated with that, as we do have other partners involved with this, as in Rocky View County may have other feelings about the timeline, and the YMCA may not maintain an indefinite position of interest as part of this. I want to be very, very clear, this is not to advocate for any particular outcome in that regard, but I think it's important that council considers that there may be other partners or parties involved in this process that may not respond favorably to some of those outcomes. Again, the prerogative remains council to pursue them.
No, I thank you for bringing that up. I'm not suggesting we drag this out for a year. But I think the desire for a public hearing is to answer a lot of the questions that I think the YMCA will answer to the users. And I think that's the important next step, that if we can have that conversation with the users, with the YMCA, and that group is confident and comfortable with moving forward, then that shifts the entire conversation, I believe, at this side of the bench, where now it is simply a financial and governance change where we see that the impact to users and our community is minimal. But let's define what minimal means, and so that everyone around the table has that same confidence. But I do understand there's a lot of, and I think for reasons that Councillor Flowers mentioned about The staff at the rec center, I tried to address some of their concerns the other day. We need to move on. But so now that we have this out and we have the information in front of us, let's get going and let's make it a priority and make the decision.
Okay, let's keep it moving. Councillor Nagel, we're coming back.
Yeah, I just want to address the, is my thing on? You're on. Oh, I am. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to address what I feel is the need for a public hearing. I think in a timeline that I would like to see is if at our next council meeting, maybe we did first reading just to put this on the floor officially through procedurally, and then set a date for a public hearing, and then held that public hearing, and then went through a regular process of revisiting it, just using our regular council procedure. But I also do want to address the comment that we've been having this conversation for 18 months. With all due respect, I feel like that is a pretty large mischaracterization of the state of this conversation. Council has certainly been aware of the existence of this conversation for 18 months, but it isn't literally until tonight that we've had an open conversation about the details. And I feel like most people at this bench are still asking material questions that we're learning the answers to in real time. So to say that we have all the details and we just need to move forwards, honestly, I just think it's just not the case. It's just not true. So I think we do need to take a moment, a full year, probably not, but some time to consider this and make sure we can answer the questions of council as well as the community. I think that's totally warranted. And I do have a few more questions that have come up while I've been listening to everybody else raise valid points. On the cancellation clause, since we need to get agreement with Rocky View County to join into this agreement, would we then also need to get their permission and sign off to get out of the agreement?
That's a good question. Stacy?
Through the chair, I can confirm that the way the clause is written is that it's mutual agreement by the joint owners to terminate.
So that is something that I would have issue with through the chair, because again, we're looking at taking on almost the lion's share, almost all of the financial risk, and it doesn't seem fair that we would have to take on all the financial risk, and then if we were the ones that wanted to get out of that arrangement because it's costing us, that Rocky View would have equal say in the decision at that point. So that's something I really hope that we could address, and hopefully something that Rocky View would understand as a fair concern. That if we have to foot the bill, we should be the ones who have to say when we say we don't want to foot the bill anymore. Next question is about the naming rights. I would really like if we could, at the very least, give one of the ice surfaces perpetual naming rights for Spray Lake Sawmills. I think Spray Lakes was truly a historical pillar of this entire community. And us Canadians are just terrible at protecting our own history. We always wonder, why does Canada have no history? It's because, well, we just erase it all the time. And in this instance, if we could just have one ice surface in perpetuity named the Spray Lakes Sawmills ice surface, I think that would be a really great service to the community, to the family who helped make this whole thing possible for the community. And then, yeah, that's it for my questions.
Yeah, thank you. On that last point, Councillor Nagel, I just want to say it is one of the ongoing elements of this is to not lose the history of this facility as part of this process, and to ensure in some way a commemoration of I think the Molson's family, obviously, but also the community nature of how this came to be. There is a wall upstairs where you can go and read a little bit about some of that, and so at minimum, some commemorative effort to capture and maintain that element, I think, is critical to this. A naming of arena is potentially one. I think that there may be a lot of different ways to accomplish this. The point being is that is fully in the consciousness of administration as well as the YMCA as we go through this process. I've always personally envisioned that if this transition was to happen, that this would be referred to as the Spray Lakes YMCA, and that would be my best outcome in terms of how this facility was named going forward. Obviously, that relies somewhat on the family and other elements, but again, initial indications are that the YMCA and their conversations with the family have been quite positive.
Thank you.
Okay, we have two lights on, and I don't have a flashing one. I believe Councillor McCadden was up next, yes.
Oh, thank
Please
you.
go ahead.
Yeah, you know what, Councillor Nagel and I are on the same wavelength on a number of different pieces here. I just want to get confirmation around the bench about the need for a public hearing in a timely manner. You know, I agree we're not dragging this out for a year, but I think we can certainly, you know, a couple weeks to a month to make sure we can get that public hearing. So I'd just like to get that security from the rest of my colleagues that there's more than just 3 of us that want to make that happen. I really appreciate the mayor's idea of having a stakeholder meeting with the Y. I certainly appreciated the meeting that I attended with the Y. You know, it's the Y. It's a good value organization that's stepping up to make a difference in the community, and they've done that around the world for 100 years. So it's quite reassuring. So I like where the mayor was going on arranging that. I really do want to have a public hearing with a question, and to Councilor Nagel's idea of like honoring Spray Lakes, or to my mind, honoring the Melsness family as they no longer own sawmills. I was just thinking, like, how generous that family has been, not only to the Cochrane community, but in various times through my entire life. Edith Melsness was my science teacher when I was grade 4. They built the museum in Sundre. So all of my home stomping grounds have been made better by the Melsness family's generosity. And if there's a way to recognize that in perpetuity, I think that's an excellent idea. So thanks for that one, Bud.
Thank you. And just on a note here is certainly I don't think we can conclude this conversation if council was to determine that a public hearing was desirable, and there's certainly been sentiment to suggest that, and obviously want to clarify first the general support for that. But I think it's really, really important that we determine what question are we asking, what's the premise of that, how are we presenting it. Most of our public hearings are generated through applications of planning nature that have a very clear outline and outcome and parameters around them that I think support that conversation. Without a very, very clear premise to a public hearing, I would fear that it would be a relatively low value activity. A lot of people, I'm sure, would come to express sentiments around it, whether positive or negative, but if there's not a very, very clear ask or a very clear articulation of what the question is, that would be a challenge. And so administration would just have that be part of the conversation, which is if the determination is to proceed to public hearing, what is it that we are asking of the public?
Councillor McFadden, you have the floor still if you wanted to continue.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I certainly appreciate that. And I think the question for myself would be, you know, are we in favor, yes or no, of proceeding with an agreement with the Y as identified? So I agree there needs to be a clear question. I think it should just be as simple as, you know, yes or no, do we want to continue in this direction? But yeah, I'd certainly like to understand where my colleagues are around the idea of having a public hearing.
Councillor Federico, I think you were next up.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to bring it back to the point is that really, like, in the agenda, it says that, you know, we're supposed to have a special meeting on June 2nd, and then we're supposed to be making it as technically some sort of decision, I think, around that evening, which is the committee of the whole. I think that as far as I know, sitting around the bench, if I just take kind of head count, I think we have more than enough support that council needs more information. For sure, just contract-wise, number one, I think that needs to be provided to council so that we can read that information, even if it's not released publicly, just so that we have the knowledge, and then have it go to council, like Councilor Nagel said, first reading, and then to announce a public hearing. I do agree that you're right. There needs to be some sort of question, but this goes back to the same conversation that we have with the Francophone school, unfortunately, is that us making a decision a very short period of time is not favorable to the community, period. And so allowing people to, even if it's just to express opinions, is at least better than nothing. Because although we're not necessarily having them solve, you know, a problem or a question or discuss a planning issue, this does affect the community overall, and for us to not give them that opportunity to even voice what they want to say, period, and so that council can hear just a wide range of opinions, I don't think is right. I mean, that's the whole point of whether or not you want to call a public hearing or open mic. I don't really care. Just, I think we need to hear from people so that we can make that valued decision. But I do agree. I just want to make it clear to the public that council will not be making a decision in a special meeting on June 2nd, because that's kind of what's outlined here. And I don't feel comfortable. And if I look at the accounts and the heads around the table, I don't feel that you're going to have that support to make that happen. And I just want to take that off. What happens in those next steps for dates? It's completely up to council. I agree that it is council's decision and council's prerogative, but I just want to make it clear that we're not making a decision at that meeting.
Okay, it looks like we've got more lights on, probably on this specific topic of the, I guess, dates moving forward and the question of a public hearing. Mayor Janung, you had some thoughts.
Yeah, I'm not saying we don't need a public hearing, but I had the same question as Mr. Derricott. What are we asking? There are a number of questions from users, and I think, I was trying to boil it down to, if there's no impact and we're saving $1 million a year, then it's an easy contract decision. I would suggest, as I did earlier, that we have that YMCA stakeholder user group meeting, and that would potentially inform the questions. We can garner a lot of feedback through that meeting to then come back to council and say, here's what we heard from those users. These are the questions they've had, or this is the sentiment that they have now. And that would inform council on public hearing and what questions to ask, or no public hearing, we're good to make a decision. And just to outline, like, there's no, this would not be first reading, second reading. This is a contract decision to yes or no. So there isn't really that, this is an unknown kind of anomaly that we're trying to face here. It's a big decision, but I would suggest we pump the brakes, have that user group meeting, and that might better inform council on what direction to go as a next step. And we call the special meeting. There's no special meeting in front of us yet. We have to call that. So again, we're still in control of this. But I would suggest that would be our next step.
If I may, Mayor Janung, I think that the point you're making about the user groups as an important interface is the best one. I think they're the most knowledgeable, the most impacted, the most connected to what happens in the facility, and certainly support the idea that let's start the conversation at that level. And if that conversation was to go incredibly positively and user groups were to come out of that saying, hey, I actually can see this transition as a positive, it may answer both at the community level but also at the council level those concerns, and may, I think, in some ways be the most productive way to ensure council has a feel for those that might be impacted by this decision.
And then, yes, thank you. I think you articulated that very well. We need some sort of way of collecting the feedback so council can all get it, and that would inform us at that next.
Yeah, if I may, my suggestion would be that council attend the meeting and hear it all and listen.
Even better.
And participate.
Yeah.
That would be what I would suggest.
Okay. All right. That's where I think we should land. But interested to hear the feedback.
Okay, we got stakeholder meetings, public engagements, timelines. Councilor Reid, where do you fall?
Well, most of the email I've received, other than one disgruntled employee and a management group, has been from the users, a representative of the users. And so I'm an advocate, I think, and support the idea of the mayor's suggestion. I was going, Mike, where you were going. I think council needs to be there and hear it firsthand from the users directly, as opposed, and with all due respect, somebody summarizing it for me. I would really love to hear it directly from them, and so I'm an advocate of that. Whether we need a public hearing as a result of that, I think it may be entertaining, but at this point I would rather focus on that advocacy group or the user group as the advocates for the community.
Councilor Nagel, thoughts?
I feel fairly strongly that I think it would be a mistake to not have a public hearing before we go re-engage with the stakeholders directly. In my experience, when we have big, robust public hearings, usually the public digs up ideas and facts and comments that I and a number of people on council were not aware of. And I think it's quite possible that the public is going to raise questions that I am currently not thinking of because I have blind spots to their experience at the rec center. And I think if I can hear what's on the community's mind, it is going to make me much better prepared to engage in a formal meeting with the stakeholders afterwards. And I worry that if we do it in the reverse order, I'm going to go there with only the questions that I have in my mind right now and what I can brainstorm between now and then. And then I'm going to get a bunch of information, and then we're going to come back to the public. And instead of representing the public's interests in the meeting room, I am going to be probably defending the agreement to the public, which I think is the wrong way to do it. So I think we should collect public feedback and then enter into further negotiation with the stakeholders. And I think doing it the other order would be backwards.
And on the topic of the question of the public hearing, then I should press you.
It was my idea. Yeah, of course I want to have the public hearing, yeah. Is that the question, or?
The topic for the public
Oh,
hearing that we were asked by
yeah,
administration.
honestly, I feel like it's a little weird that we're even asking, like, what would the question be? The question is very clearly, do you want council to sign this agreement and enter into an agreement with the Y for operation of the rec center? The very question that council is going to be faced when we have to vote yes or no is the question of the public hearing, and we see what the public has to say about it. And I'm actually a little surprised that we need to have a conversation about what that question would be.
Okay, Councillor Flowers.
And I think if there was a public hearing, it should have been a year ago before we went to request the proposals. Now we're asking the question, but I think the stakeholders are the ones that really matter at this point, and they need to know where they sit and if things are going to work for them or not. So I'm all in favor of the stakeholders, and then we can see where to go from there.
Councillor McFadden, on this topic or a different?
Well, I feel perhaps we've crossed the line of the committee of the whole of actually having a debate right now. So I might suggest that we ask administration to come back with this option at a council meeting where we can make the decision in the right forum, at the right time, in the right manner. It's one thing to use the committee of the wholes for the soft straw votes around different items, but we're clearly leaning into some passionate takes on what the way forward is for this, and that needs to be done at a council meeting. So I think we're all very passionate, and we want to have a upfront debate about it. So that needs to happen at a council meeting. And if we were voting and it was a debate, I'm public hearing first.
We may have finally exhausted the lights. I have a few questions that weren't asked. I wear two hats as the chair and a councillor with an opinion. I don't know how to balance that very well as the chair, so I'll throw them out now. I won't bore anybody with anything that we haven't already heard, so I'll just go with the few unique things I have because there's lots of great questions already. And so a couple of those are, we did hear about alcohol sales in the curling lounge. I still didn't understand why a third-party provider, I heard that the restaurant could still continue to operate under the YMCA. Why would a lounge not be able to operate as a third-party provider? Did we get a clear answer to that?
Yeah, through the chair, two parts to that. One is my understanding that the lounge is operated directly by the facility and not third party, and that the YMCA would not do that, as well as that they would not generally entertain that type of use as a permanent use in their facilities.
Okay.
As part of it. So.
Okay, most of my questions here are from emails from residents that have concerns, and I'd encourage, as it seems like we're pushing back the date for the decision, whatever decision we come to, continue emailing council. I mean, if we have a public hearing or not, those emails are really valuable to, I think, all of us. It was mentioned in one that 6 Calgary YMCA facilities currently have hockey, and that currently there's no 0 junior teams operated within a YMCA facility, so that would be unique to Cochrane. There's also a comment about they're criticized for ice quality and maintenance. I don't know if you have anything to point out on those. I would also like to have a stakeholder meeting as well, hopefully a public one, because questions like that would be great to ask the YMCA and not Mike Derricott, who's the middleman between them. But do you have any comment on the ice surfaces and the junior hockey?
Certainly I can share a few thoughts. I think you're right to say that I'll be somewhat limited in terms of a few of those points is, the YMCA model applied to an existing facility like Cochrane would incorporate some unique elements, including curling as one. And I recognize the concern and issues around that, which is my understanding that the YMCA does not currently operate other curling facilities as part of this process. Again, part of the answer to that question is the interest of the YMCA in maintaining all of the staff who have the skill sets and the ice makers, whether hockey or curling, theoretically are going to be the same people with the same equipment making the same ice. And so I don't feel like that's a very relevant concern under those parameters as part of it. In the broader context of the junior hockey team, again, that's a unique element, but the track record, again, of the YMCA of diverse, long-standing stakeholder and user relationships is overwhelmingly positive from everything that we've seen. And so I believe they have the skill, capacity, ability to engage with a partner like a junior hockey team in a successful way.
Okay. I have three more that I'll just maybe I'll throw them all together quickly, and if these are better asked at a stakeholder meeting, as we talked about, let's save them for that. But seniors on the bow, how will that be affected? I assume it will just stay as it is. We talked about SLS, the Spray Lake Sports Center name itself, and how it has 2.5 years perhaps left on the agreement, and we are, so if there'd be any changes there. But I also heard an interesting question about naming implications for sports teams. So most of it was around swim teams, about how if they were the YMCA, whatever the team name is, all of a sudden they wouldn't be able to qualify for nonprofit status, for an independent swim team name. Somehow names would need to be changed for any associated sports teams. So is there anything there that?
I'll approach this with some caution because I'm not familiar with the very specific implications of that. What I think is the crux of that question is there's at least one swim club that is operated or run directly by the facility as part of that, and where there may exist wrinkles towards eligibility for a competition or other things like that. I would refer to my other comment of the YMCA has a diverse stakeholder group with all kinds of needs and interests, and has the capacity to navigate any of those issues or challenges, I think, in a productive way. It's not just going to be anything that presents any kind of inconvenience straight into the waste bin and we're moving on. They're going to work with all the user groups to ensure productive outcomes, regardless of what those individualized circumstances might be.
Good enough, thank you. Free spray park, is unlikely to change. The nature of a free spray park for the community is unlikely to change.
That will not change.
Okay, great. I would love to ask the task force, I guess, rather than yourself, about the claim of newcomer and underserved populations, what that even means. And whenever I hear flowery language like that, I worry about what that means operationally.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I'll do my best. This is really, really clear. It's a value of the YMCA simply that all members of the community have safe, comfortable access to the programs as part of that, and that there are some members of our community that are traditionally disadvantaged, and that they work very hard to break down those barriers for participants in the facility and the program.
okay, great. I'd love to hear how that changes from what we're currently doing. It seems like we already do those things, so that's where my questions come from.
I think that would be fair, Councillor Wilson, and I would just say that this is something that the YMCA wears out in front and is incredibly important to them, and again, that they've developed a really high-level programming element around.
Okay, thank you. My final thoughts is our Rocky View County joint ownership that we've touched on. I think that's been a question long that has to be settled, the ownership question. It's absolutely ridiculous the way we operate things right now, as it's been pointed out, that we have a shared facility asset, except for when it comes for the costs of the facility, and all of a sudden the community bears those, and that's unnerving, and that's completely insane in my mind. But the good news is I think we have a really good relationship with our Rocky View counterparts. We just had a dinner with them the other night. It's a great group over there, and I think the time to settle that question is now, and I really appreciate that we're finally going to have that conversation with them in this process, so that's great. In conclusion, from my listening to what everybody had to say here, I think in this case, a public hearing could be useful. I don't always agree with that, just because if we had a public hearing on every single issue that came before us, all we'd be doing is having public hearings every night. But this is huge. This is a gigantic asset. This is one case where I would say, as Councillor Nagel pointed out, I'd love to have every question ready to go when we have that stakeholder meeting, so that we're confident everybody's represented and we're comfortable moving forward. As far as the vote coming up on the June 2nd meeting, I agree with Councillor Federico that I'm right now agnostic. I don't really have a side I'm leaning towards, other than I just don't feel like I have all the information. So I would like to see that deferred before we do a public hearing and followed up by a stakeholder consultation process, which I would love to be public rather than a closed meeting kind of thing, because I think everybody should follow along with it, and let's come to a group consensus on this. It's a huge item and it's really important to the community. So that's where I fall. It looks like we have another one light on at least before we see if administration has what they need to move forward. So Councillor Nagel.
It's a point of clarification. I was just wondering where we are actually landing on next steps.
That's where I was just hoping to go. I was hoping to send that to administration right now and say, have you received what you need to proceed to next steps, and what are those next steps?
I'll certainly check that with council, and can be obviously directed otherwise as part of this. I think the next step is to present the suggestion of a public hearing to council for consideration, and then a formal decision around whether or not that process takes place, and then that would dictate what happens next in the process. That would be my high-level consensus as part of that.
And that would be the next council meeting in May?
Yeah, I think even that question, I think, is pretty straightforward, can be brought forward for council next week in terms of consideration. I will rely on my colleague, Ms. Lowe, to guide that conversation. I'm away from the office, but I think that the determination of that part, based on all the conversation here, really dictates what next steps happen as part of the process.
Excellent.
Which I would also add, the other thing piece is this, obviously as I expressed, the June 2nd suggestion for a decision was always just dictated by coinciding with our partners at Rocky View County, and it's clear that there's some more work to do here, so that's not, I think, a proposal that's viable at this stage.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Reid, you have your light on.
Just, Mike, can we make the package of information we have available to us available to the public as well?
Pardon me?
So the information we have in our package tonight about the YMCA
It is
decision, can that
published, it is published
publicly available?
publicly at this point.
Thank you.
That is perhaps one element that I would say, well, I believe that it is appropriate and we can share the entirety of the proposed letter of agreement with council. It's unlikely that that would be able to be published publicly. At this stage, obviously, there can be proprietary information and other restrictions as part of that. But certainly providing that to council for your awareness is something that we can do prior to any decision.
Okay, excellent. One of the things I appreciate about this committee of the whole setup is that we get to have conversations and actually sway opinions, certainly amongst myself, about which way to go forward. And it sounds like we're moving forward towards a public hearing vote at the next meeting. So we'll leave it at that. I guess we concluded this one topic, and maybe we'll take a quick bathroom break here for 5 minutes to let anybody clear out that doesn't want to hear the rest of this lengthy meeting, and Jaylene, do I have to wait for your blessing? Oh, wait, okay. Yep. Here we go. Okay, let's resume. We have a long list of agenda items to get through still. We're on formerly Business 5A, Social Media Policy Amendment, now 5B. Kristen Hubricht is already at the podium, and please take it away with your presentation.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor Wilson, Mayor Janung, and members of council. I'm pleased to be here with you tonight to present an update to our existing social media policy for your consideration and feedback. Before I dive into the policy, I wanted to provide a quick update on some of our statistics with our existing social media tools. We utilize a variety of social media channels to share our information, and we use each of these strategically based on the platform that's available and the users who are using that platform. So everything from Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, and X. And since 2014, we have seen a 376% increase in our collective social media following. That, I would like to say, is due in credit to the tremendous work of my team. However, we know that social media is a tool and not a strategy in itself. And as an organization, we recognize that social media is one tool that we utilize in our communications toolbox. Our goal is to utilize social media to drive awareness, provide information, and create connection. To achieve this, we use platform-specific strategies, short-form content and reels, visual storytelling, and occasional fun content to build community experience. Some recent examples of social media where we've seen significant engagement from the community, I just wanted to highlight a few. So one of them was the recent Sunset update that we posted regarding the interchange update with Highway 1A and 22. On that post, so we had used, going the back way, on that post, obviously we worked with our GIS team to create some maps to show the information and create some storytelling through that. We had, I'm just gonna put all the numbers up here, just about 40,000 views on that one post alone. And 67 people clicked through our website for more information. That is always our goal with our social media channels, is to create an opportunity to share the information and drive people to where more information could exist. Recently, we held the public art unveiling at the station. We had, from that, sharing that information after the event, we had nearly 20,000 views on that and 181 interactions. An interaction could be anything from a like, a comment, a share. People were obviously very engaged in this content, and it was great to see that level of engagement on something that people obviously hold so dear in the community. And then the other example that we wanted to highlight was a video reel that we posted just to our Instagram platform, and it was following Cochrane Light Up. We know that community events are important to our community. This was a way to show the celebration that took place and really invite the community to participate in that event. So from that one reel on that one platform, we had nearly 5,000 views and almost 200 likes. I do want to highlight with all of these, none of these were boosted posts. This is all organic content. This is all organic connection that we're getting from the community. You may recall when the Highway 1A 22 intersection project started about 1.5 years ago, we posted this little funny icon on our Facebook page. Oh, I didn't put the numbers up there. 648 post interactions, 70,000 people reached from one post where we just did something a little different. It was on trend. We were seeing that happening in other areas, and we utilized that to really create the story and create connection. The number of people that shared that out, that learned about that saw the humor in it, it was a great way to keep our finger on the pulse of the community and try a different type of engagement than we normally do. And again, this was all organically created. So why do we need a new policy? The current social media policy was adopted by Council in 2012. As the various social media channels have shifted significantly in the past 13 years, so too is the way that we utilize our social media channels to engage and share information with the community. Some key changes in social media since that time is that organic reach has actually declined significantly in most platforms, and paid promotion is often necessary to reach intended audiences. As you can see from the examples I've shared previously, we do have a great following, and we have a great community that wants to engage with us on these platforms. Disinformation is spreading fast and wide. So having information, another key change in social media is disinformation spreading fast and wide. There is a need for clear guidelines on how to respond to abusive and false content. And social media is often the first place where people are going when there's an emergency or a service disruption. So making sure that the information is posted on our channels and identified through the policy is critical. So what's changing? The 2025 social media policy is a comprehensive update to the 2012 version, reflecting changes in the digital landscape, evolving public expectations, and legal requirements. The new policy expands the scope, enhances real-time engagement, employee roles, and broader community goals. While it retains key elements from the 2012 policy, such as compliance with privacy laws and crisis communication, it also introduces more detailed guidelines for navigating the challenges of modern social media use in the municipal context. The revised policy aims to ensure that our use of social media is strategic, responsible, legally compliant, and aligned with our overall communications objectives and public service values. So next steps, following Council's discussion tonight, is administration will bring forward a resolution for Council's consideration at a regular upcoming meeting of Council, and I would welcome your questions and feedback.
Okay, Councillor Fideko, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I do have some questions. Number one, for a while, obviously, Facebook comments were shut off. I'm actually, and obviously maybe this is not some place to discuss this, but I'm curious as to how they were shut off, considering that really there's nothing in the old policy that would allow administratively for those comments to be shut off. And then we went through a period where a notice of motion was brought up, that was then voted down, and we had to wait 6 months. It's a long time to be without social media comments, and I'm just curious if you have any sort of intel into why those were shut down to begin with from an administrative perspective without being voted in by council.
I think I will defer that question to Mr. Derrick.
Yeah, thank you, Kristen. Through the chair, yeah, Councilor Fideko. So as with any communication tool that belongs to the organization, administration evaluates the best possible ways to utilize that. And that outcome was following a conversation with council involved and present. While it didn't stem from a specific resolution of council, there was awareness about the attempt at the time, seeing a lot of what we describe as uncouth or toxic behavior. I don't want to use too strong language on that, and in a interest of protecting the platform that we're responsible for, that decision was made. And then, as you described, the process has played out. What I would say is that this policy, I think, does reflect the interest in ensuring that our platforms are protected from misuse, whether that's misinformation or abusive or derogatory language or those types of things. I think that we have an obligation to continue to do that. And that administration will continue to do our very best to protect those platforms.
Thank you for that. With that, I would like to make a provision that council will be the decision maker if social media is to be removed or comments are to be shut off. I think that is a decision that should be decided around the bench, not through administration and on their lens. Because going back to kind of when I read this policy, I do have concerns around censorship, blocking of users if they're not, within the realm of what is administratively acceptable, because all of that comes with just the right of freedom of speech. I agree that people should not be abusive, but I have concerns that who's blocking, what constitutes blocking, who's making those decisions, and then that's not a decision of actual council, it's a decision of administration. And that I have a hard time with. I want to understand the parameters of what would constitute that, what that looks like, and I do want that to be more of a decision of council. Just as a suggestion, than it is administratively. Also the hours, I read 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Communication, I mean, I get it, it's another stressed area that we have, but I would hope that we could find some way to even have somebody, whether or not it's on a call basis of whatever, to be able to respond to things that happen over weekends. Obviously, things happen in our town all the time, and I wouldn't want to be like, well, we just couldn't respond to that because we have somebody working 8:30 to 4:30. I don't know how we figure that out. Is it another body? Is it, do we flex working opportunities throughout the week to cover that? But honestly, that's a 7-day a week job. And it needs to be reflected that we're a growing community, and we hire so many different positions to cover that off, stating that, you know, we're stressed, we need extra people. This is one is probably the most important, because other than getting information to the residents, that's our job as council members. So I just feel like it seems kind of odd that that's one area that we're not proceeding to make sure that that is absolutely covered. And that's just my opinion anyways. But I would like to see this brought back into, I don't know what, obviously, you know, administration does have to have some sort of control on what is obscene, offensive. Just when you're starting to remove people, what is the basis? I just don't want to see people being blocked. And I gotta say, like, that's starting to become a conversation in other communities, and it's a little scary. You start to limit people's right to be able to speak, and I don't think that's right. That's just my personal opinion, though, and I'll look forward to the discussion around the bench.
Thank you.
Councillor Nagel.
I think it's a real pickle. That's my official position. Moderating conversations on the internet is a very discretionary task, and what might offend some people doesn't offend others. And also, context is key. If you post a really funny joke about like the Mark Safe from the interchange, then you know maybe a bit you're asking for a bit more humor in the response. But if you're mourning the tragic loss of a firefighter or something, you obviously would be banning everybody who's using humor. So I don't know how to capture the right approach into policy. I'm all ears to hear what other people have to say. But I guess I have some more operational questions that are maybe beyond the scope of this specific policy. I was wondering if we were planning on starting a TikTok account at some point, just to communicate with the youth. FYI, I hate TikTok, but kids do not.
Through the chair, it's something we have discussed over the years about whether that's a platform we'd like to explore. What I've noted from other municipalities right now is an opportunity to consider options other than just social media as a different communications tool. So looking at things like e-newsletters, which I know is not reaching the youth demographic that you're talking about, but it's a tool that we know that people are interested in and that they're looking for another communication mechanism. We do try to use, you know, reels and different video mechanisms as a way of reaching a different audience, and I think that that's successful through some of our tools like Instagram, which we know is aimed at a different demographic, obviously, than Facebook. But TikTok specifically, we haven't really explored. It's been an interesting conversation, even in like the Alberta Municipal Communicators world, because I don't think that it's something that many municipalities are using at this time, but something we're happy to explore.
And then I was also,
If I may, I think this is an important conversation and one we've engaged in at an organizational level. Councillor Nagel, you raised is, it's TikTok right now. Next week, what is it going to be, and how far do we go, and what elements do we do in terms of resourcing those platforms as part of this? And so at least part of the answer to this question is things like the app, where we're trying to develop other mechanisms to connect directly with our residents. Obviously, that's not a perfect solution, but we believe that's part of the answer to this question, is to become less reliant on other platforms to get our most important messages to the people that want them. I just want to highlight that as, well, it's not social media, it is a digital media method that I think is a part of this question, because I personally am very leery of, well, we have the late baby boomers are in this platform, and then we have the late Gen X here, early Gen X, mid Gen X, and then we're going to end up with 15 or 20 social media platforms that we're trying to manage. And I'm being a little bit facetious on purpose as part of this, but I do think there's limitations to the resourcing and all that comes along with that as part of it. All of this is to say is it's a very active conversation about how we best use which platforms and try to limit in some ways our reliance on them.
interesting segue to my next question. Are we using AI in any capacity to increase efficiency and make people's jobs easier?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Nagel. Through the chair, yes, absolutely, we are using AI in our daily practices. It's definitely helpful for crafting content, reviewing content, so that's definitely our practice. Through Meta, which is managing our Facebook and Instagram accounts, that is what our moderation tool is right now, that looks at the posts that are being made and make sure that they meet our requirements. And so any moderation in terms of someone posting derogatory language, that's all moderated right now through that Meta app.
Okay, and in closing, I would just say +1 to keeping the comments turned on And I also recognize the challenge of moderation, and I do not have a solution to suggest.
Thank you.
Mayor Janung.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the presentation tonight. From my view, the policy is sound, looks good. I would caution council to stay out of the weeds on the operational side of things. We always have the ability through our CAO to make decisions on an issue or something that arises and direct accordingly. I don't think we want to get into the operational capacity of making decisions on a day-to-day basis. I just think that's the policy's job and administration's job, and I think we should just stay out of that realm. So we can deal with those situations, like I say, as they arise, and deal with it at the time. But we're presupposing a whole bunch of what ifs. So I think the policy is good at a high level. I just maybe going back to the time of day. So I had a similar question around just, so we're 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Obviously things can happen over the weekend. Is this a staffing complement? Is it, obviously there would be a budgetary impact. Maybe you could speak to why that is in the policy in the first place.
Sure. So through the chair, communications did implement an on-call policy, I think last year, which you may recall it came in through the budget. And so that is really focused on responding to emergency situations. So if something happens on the weekend, if there's a water line break like we had or other emergency crisis situations, there's a communications staff member who is always available on the weekends and ready to respond. During the weeknight evenings, that's myself always, and so this is just how we've managed that process going forward. In terms of social media management on a regular basis, I would say myself, I have social media comments turned on, so I get a notification every time a comment comes on, whether that's during regular working hours or outside of working hours. I do my best to try and keep an eye on that, but that doesn't always mean that I'm doing it consistently every day. There has to be a work-life balance in that space, and so for the team's perspective, we haven't asked for resources to manage this outside of work hours. If there's something comes up and someone reaches out and says, I've seen this comment, can we look at responding to this? We have mechanisms in place to deal with that, but we haven't requested staffing to specifically support that. The policy does outline that it's council's responsibility to provide the resources that they think are necessary to make sure that this policy is able to be carried out to council's request.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah. Happy with the answer and happy with the policy as presented. Thanks.
Councillor McFadden.
Yeah, sorry, my question was going to be from the same kind of lens in that, setting when we have staff dedicated to it through business hours, that makes sense to me because I really feel that social media from a government point of view is not about doing a high depth level of engagement. It's not trying to move it through the spectrum to empower. It's really landing at that inform level. So here's what's going on, here's this meeting, here's this event, and the only time it ramps up would be if there's an emergency or we really needed to lean in. Mm-hmm. So I think, in an ideal world, we'd be able to have that monitored more intently. Is it something I'm prepared to invest budget monies in at this point? No. So I think what I'm seeing, big broad picture here, I think it's sufficient. I do agree, keep the comments on so people can engage that way. But broadly speaking, I view our social media as a tool to inform and not to have ongoing dialogues with people. So I don't really feel there's much value in investing intense budget to make that happen. And then, I think generally staying out of the weeds. Council shouldn't really have a say on art or what people say on social media. So those are, and anything to do with pets are the three things I don't want to do. Thank you.
Councillor Flowers.
Okay, things have changed a lot over the years. I worked for the town when all this social stuff started, and communications was really resistant to even getting involved in it. So here we are updating the policy, and I think it looks good. I was one of the people that thought we should turn the comments off because some of them were being so rude and obnoxious. but it seems to have gotten better, and I think you do keep a good eye on it. I just wanted to remind you that seniors still want to see the newspaper. Most of my neighbors don't know what's going on, and I'm constantly telling them. So it's a lot of places that you have to post everything. Otherwise, I like it, and I think you're on the right track.
Thank you for the comments, Councillor Flower, through the chair. We do still post weekly in the paper as well. We do a weekly advertisement. It's a full page, and often we do more than that. So we make sure that we capture all of the audiences through our communications.
Councillor Reid.
Yeah, just to say, I'm in support of the policy, but more appropriately, I wanted to publicly acknowledge the work that you and your team have done. In my time on council, and particularly this last term, it really has been a super move forward. Actually, I would say a quantum leap in terms of the information we're providing the public. Not just the information but provided, but in the form that you're providing it. I think it's more animated, it's more timely, and I think it speaks to the questions that we were getting, at least I was getting, and I'm sure other members of council were getting more frequently. And so the fact that we're getting fewer of those questions suggests to me, or it seems to me that people are looking at social media and you're addressing those questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. That is a huge testament to the work of my team. Absolutely.
Okay, no more lights on, just broad strokes, opinions or directions, which I think is what you're looking for in a committee of the whole. I also think you're doing a good job and your team's appreciated. I think I really like what's happening in that space. I think the Cochrane app is excellent and could be an even more impressive tool as we move forward with it. Broadcasting to Cochrane residents what we're up to is a good thing. The bad, just in general, in my opinion, is any talk about disinformation or misinformation, which I don't even agree with those terms. I think the battle for ideas for all and decided by each individual. I'm a true believer in sunlight being the best disinfectant for every bad, silly, and foolish idea out there. And I'm not for censorship or comment restriction in any way on any topic at any time. So I'm a reliable vote for leave it alone is kind of my direction. And I don't know if that gets you where you need for as a bench of comments for your social media policy, but I appreciate what your team's doing.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We're moving on to what is now 5C, Bylaw 18-2024, the Willows Land Use Amendments. Can I call Joelle Anacarico, I think I did it right, to the podium, please, to begin your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Deputy Mayor and members of council. This evening, I am here to present Bylaw 18-2024 for information, which is a land use amendment in the Willows. This application, again, is for a land use amendment, which will amend mapping in our land use bylaw. This will go on to inform decisions at the subdivision, development permit, and building permit stages. This application relates to lands in Willows West, which are outlined on the community map here. These are some of the last lands in the Willows to be developed and will facilitate completion of the community. Development in the Willows is guided by the River Heights Area Structure Plan approved in 2011, which provides high-level policy guidance for how the community will be developed, and the Willows of River Heights Neighborhood Plan approved in 2012. The purpose of a neighborhood plan is to provide an overarching plan for the community in more detail than is provided at the area structure plan level, and provide policy guidance for subsequent applications, including land use amendments, which is what is being considered through this application. The subject lands in Willows West did already receive land use in 2014, and some amendments to the land use took place in 2018 and 2022. In response to changing conditions, the applicant is now requesting further amendments to the land use, which is the purpose of this application. This is the current land use concept from the Willows of River Heights Neighborhood Plan, with the area subject to this application roughly outlined in red. This map indicates the land use that was originally planned for the community through the neighborhood plan. The concept shows an existing wetland preserved in the center of the plan area and RM zoning surrounding the wetland, which was the multi-unit dwelling district in our previous land use bylaw. Two different iterations of this application have been seen by council previously. The application was originally submitted in June of 2023, And in October of 2023, the applicant held a public open house to answer questions and gather initial feedback from residents. In April of 2024, the application went forward to the Committee of the Whole for information, and on April 22nd, the application received first reading with a public hearing date set for May 13th. At the public hearing, Council received a presentation from the applicant, as well as presentations from the public. Feedback from the public prompted the applicant to create a second land use concept for consideration by Council, which was presented at a second Committee of the Whole meeting held on September 16th of last year. At this Committee of the Whole meeting, the possibility of a second public hearing was discussed by Council. However, the Municipal Government Act now only allows one public hearing for a residential application. After receiving feedback from Council, the applicant decided to put the application on hold, and it is now being brought back this evening for information before it comes forward for second and third reading proposed for May 26th. This slide summarizes the current land use compared to the original application proposed to Council and the current application now up for decision at second and third reading. As previously mentioned, these lands do already have approved land use that would allow for development of low to medium density housing around the wetland, shown in the bright yellow color in the center, which is our residential mixed district. The original proposal presented to Council involved infilling the center wetland, as it has been depleted over time due to surrounding development and was approved for infill by Alberta Environment. The application proposed medium density housing in line with the neighborhood plan and added park space behind existing residents to the east to compensate for the removal of the wetland and provide an additional buffer from new development. This is the application that went forward for public hearing, where there was overwhelming opposition from residents to removing the wetland. Based on that feedback, this is the current proposal that the applicant is seeking approval on. This land use concept proposes medium density housing around the wetland, which does align with the neighborhood plan, and also redesignates a few parcels in the south of the plan area to allow for an AltaLink line to go through the lands. Medium density zoning is being proposed as it allows for more flexibility than the current RMX district. The applicant is proposing a townhome development in the area, which will provide a transition from existing lower density homes on the east side to the commercial area on the west side of the plan area. Administration does want to note that there is a strip of land in the west of the plan area that was included in the original proposal. However, it was later realized that this area is not owned by the applicant, so is no longer part of this application. This strip of land was being changed from urban holdings to community service as a cleanup to accommodate a public utility lot. However, this piece of land has no bearing on how the rest of the area would be developed. In both instances, this area would remain as green space with an ATCO line running underneath, but administration did want to note the reason for this change. The single lot, which is the yellow lot at the very south of the plan area, was held out from previous land use decisions until the AltaLink line realignment was decided, but is now proposed to change to residential mix in line with neighboring properties, as the AltaLink realignment allows for this extra lot. Administration completed an analysis on how the current land use concept aligns with existing town policy. The current municipal development plan, sustainability plan, council strategic plan, and River Heights area structure plan were all evaluated for policy relevant to this application. Housing diversity, connectivity, transition of development, and environmental conservation are themes present in the policy documents that were then compared to the current application for alignment compared to the existing land use. Housing diversity has a marginal positive change, as this amendment could allow for more multi-unit dwellings in the area, acknowledging that this area was planned for multi-unit dwellings in the neighborhood plan, where the majority of the Willows is presently lower density housing. Connectivity remains largely unchanged, but this development would facilitate completion of the community, connecting existing development on either side. This land use amendment would provide a gradual transition from lower density housing on the east to commercial development on the west. And the retention of the wetland results in no change to environmental assets, though administration does want to note that while residents had previously gone onto the private property to skate on the wetland in the past, this would not be permitted by the town when the land transfers to environmental reserve at subdivision stage. This slide presents a summary of the differences between the current approved land use within the plan area and the proposal being presented for consideration. The biggest difference between land uses is the change from residential mixed to residential medium density. Within the residential mixed district, the maximum height for a multi-unit dwelling is 13 meters, whereas in the medium density district, the maximum height is 15 meters, though townhomes generally are not built to that maximum. In the residential mixed district, the maximum density is 65 units per hectare, and in the medium density district, it is 95 units per hectare. Because the plan area is quite restricted in size and shape, approaching that maximum again would be unlikely. In the residential mixed district, any more than 4 multi-unit dwellings that are attached, which could be something like a fourplex or a bank of 4 townhomes, is discretionary. And in the medium density district, all multi-units are permitted, which presents a more streamlined application process for approving a townhome development when 4 or more units are located together, and changes the ability to appeal an application. In both cases, wetland 80 is retained and no skating will be permitted on the wetland. And finally, the proposed land use cleans up the zoning of parcels in the south to accommodate the AltaLink realignment, which will also help facilitate grading for James Walker Trail to the south. Next steps for this application include second and third reading, currently planned to come forward on May 26th. The lands would then need to undergo any necessary subdivision approvals before receiving development permit approvals, and then building permit approvals before any structures are developed on the sites. That concludes my presentation for this evening. I am now happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Councillor Fedeko, go ahead, please.
I wanted to start off by thanking the applicants for hearing the community. I think that's important, and I appreciate the fact that you have altered the plan that's come forward. My one question is, the height between RMD of 50 meters and RMX of 13 meters, is there any other way to, other than creating a direct control, to keep it at a maximum of 13 meters? Or are we just kind of limited to just keeping with the status quo of keeping with the original proposal? I'm not in favor, personally, of going to 15 meters. I'm just wondering if there's a way around it, any other way other than direct control, because obviously that's a permission.
Through the chair to Councillor Fedeko, the only other way potentially is a site-specific amendment. However, administration is not supportive of that approach, as that really erodes the integrity of the bylaw. And essentially what that would say is you could only go to 13 meters on this site. And then as developers, community, it's about certainty, as developers coming forward or people in the community looking and saying, oh, on this property it's RMD, but I can only go to 13 meters. Well, on another one I can go to 15, and you think of perpetuating that and the implications of what that means. The integrity of our bylaw is really critical, and I would discourage council from going that direction.
Yeah, fair enough, and I guess that just comes up to us as to which way we vote on, which way we want to proceed, so thank you.
Councillor Reid.
Yeah, I likewise am very grateful that the wetland is being preserved. I think that's really important in terms of what our community was telling us. I was curious about what the connectivity is between this development and the one to the south. Is there a proposed pathway or length or park space in there, or what is that? What is occurring to the south of that?
Apologies, this is when all the animations aren't great. So there is the area shown in the light green where the AltaLink line will come through now that it's being realigned. And there is this area of park space that's existing and will stay parks. I am not sure at this point if there's a pathway being proposed in the next stage. Because it was found out that this area is not owned by the applicant wouldn't be developing a pathway on this piece now as they were proposing previously. It will remain as green space, so it's still walkable. But this is a connection down to South Bow Landing to the south.
Okay. So,
Councillor Reid, if I can too, just to supplement Ms. Anacarico's submissions, this is linked to the previous application that you were discussing recently. Right. So The property for the multifamily is immediately south of this property.
Oh, okay.
So again, it connects into that pathway network that was proposed and council heard about just last week.
Okay. And is that why the kind of neutral sign for the connectivity on your chart, your graph?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you.
That looks like it exhausts all the discussion. Just as far as next steps go, we would come to our next council meeting for a vote to stay with current land use or to go to the proposed. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct, yes.
Okay, good. I think that sets us up. If that's all the discussion we have, is that all you're looking for from council today? Yep, okay. Thanks for the presentation. Appreciate it on behalf of all council. We will move on to item 5D, Parks and Active Living Section Update. Michelle Delorme, please. It looks like you have 3 in a row to deliver.
Yes. All right, good evening. Oh, for the presentation. So the Parks and Active Living section is one of the youngest sections in the organization, but our work shows up every day in how residents experience Cochrane, from the trails they walk to the events that they attend and the grants that support their neighborhoods. Our team plays a central role in shaping the quality of life. In Alberta's fastest growing municipality, expectations are high, and while we're still building our foundation, we've responded with flexibility, strong relationships, and shared commitment to community. This is the first time that we've been able to publicly reflect on our wins, challenges, and opportunities, and more importantly, recognize the incredible people behind this work. This team shows up every day with dedication, creativity, and heart, and they work tirelessly, but often behind the scenes, to make Cochrane a place where residents feel connected, supported, and proud to call home. So today we're just looking at the 2024 of what the Parks and Active Living section completed. So we were formally established in September 2024 and support a wide range of service areas. What ties it all together is our focus on quality of life, how people feel, connect, and experience their community. Rather than delivering programs directly, we focus on planning, relationship building, managing agreements, supporting operations, and facilitating opportunities for residents and community groups to thrive. Our work this year was guided by 3 key themes: planning for growth, activating community, and making sure inclusion and sustainability are built into everything that we do. This year we're all about laying the groundwork for the foundations. Through master planning, strategies, and improved alignment with community partners and internal teams, these are investments that will shape the service for delivery for the years to come. In 2024, our parks team delivered high-quality spaces through maintenance, repairs, and conservation, but what truly stands out is the way they approach their work with innovation, adaptability, and deep commitment to the community. From introducing water-saving technologies to expanding cemetery capacity, this team showed up with solutions. We also supported major projects like the Glenbow Pathway improvements, Jumpstart Courts, and work closely with developers to ensure new park spaces are designed to serve the whole community and reflect long-term livability goals. Our core team consists of just 10 full-time operators and is supported by 30 seasonal staff. Together, they manage over 500 hectares of open space while responding to daily operational needs, long-term planning goals, and increased public use. Our parks team also manages the growing volume of park and field bookings. Each booking comes with its own need, timelines, and expectation, and the coordination of all of this falls onto one dedicated staff member doing it from the side of her desk. This same individual also supports grieving families in navigating burial arrangements within our cemeteries, providing a level of compassion, patience, and professionalism. Another vital role within this team is the community liaison, who works directly with community associations and sport and recreation groups. This role focuses on capacity building, supporting the development of initiatives like playground planning, community gardens, and the bike safety program, while also collaborating with developers to ensure that the parks and open spaces continue to improve quality of life for the Cochrane residents. The number of hectares we manage is expected to increase significantly by the end of 2026, as several developments reach the end of the FCC process. As our land base expands, so do community expectations, and our team is preparing for that growth with forward-thinking practices and pride in service. Our community investment program continues to be one of the most meaningful ways that we can support the community connection in Cochrane. In 2024, we saw record growth in applicants, from 27 applications in 2022 to 65 in 2024. Behind the scenes, the entire program is managed by just one full-time staff member who not only reviews applications, but also supports residents and groups in developing their ideas, navigating the process, and aligning with town priorities. This presentation highlights only the project and event-related grants supported in 2024. Beginning in 2025, Parks and Active Living will assume responsibility for the full suite of community grants, excluding those that are overseen by FCSS. This transition represents an important evolution for the section and will allow us to bring further alignment, transparency, and responsiveness to how we support Cochrane's volunteer and nonprofit sector. Over the past 3 years, the Community Investment Program has supported a wide range of initiatives that strengthen connection and quality of life for Cochrane. These investments have helped fund the installation of accessibility lifts at senior centers, development of community gardens, and large-scale events that are bringing people together. The increase in demand also highlights the need to evolve the program, so our goal is to strengthen the equity and simplify the process. So our total current grant budget is $397,684. So through these events and projects budgets, we give out $120,000. Currently, through the operations grants, we give out $157,000. And we are bringing forward a new policy for the grants, and we will have additional 2025 budget to allocate in that process as well. So in 2024, our event permitting process supported over 100 community-led events, drawing more than 80,000 attendees across Cochrane. From neighborhood block parties to major celebrations, this work plays a big role in shaping community life. What many do not realize is that the same individual that is doing the grant process is also leading this process. So she remains very busy supporting all of these community groups that are bringing forward all of these really exciting opportunities in our community. Event permitting is also collaborated across the organization, and so this is definitely a team effort. We include roads, parks, municipal enforcement, ledge services, and often communications to ensure that the events are safe, accessible, and well supported, regardless of the scale. We've also shifted a focus on the community, we've also seen a shift in focus on the community expectations. Residents and organizers are more focused than ever on hosting events that are safe, welcoming, and inclusive. We've started re-engaging directly with community groups to improve permitting practices, and in 2025, we'll refine this process so that it remains accessible and supportive. And so through that, we just mean making sure that we're providing more training on how to actually go through the entire process itself. And in 2024, the Parks and Active Living section also revitalized a version of the community awards. And so this revitalization effort was initiated through one of our team members as well, through the Merry and Bright campaign. And then in 2025, we plan to continue to build on this momentum. We're also really excited to share that the Order of Cochrane and the town's annual volunteer appreciation event is now under this portfolio. So in 2025, you'll start seeing more alignment there as well. The Ranch House remains one of our most in-demand community spaces, known across the region as a spectacular venue for weddings, fundraisers, ceremonies, and community events. This team was recently put under my leadership, and I want to recognize the trust that they've extended and the immense pride that they take in their work. They are a small and mighty team. They have 3 full-time staff and 2 sales associates with 4 casuals. And if you've ever attended an event at the Ranch House, you can tell the care and love and dedication that they have in their roles. So in 2024, our section focused on partnerships and initiatives that foster connection, access, and belonging. This work isn't about labels or mandates, it's about listening, collaborating, and finding simple, meaningful ways to support all Cochrane residents. We supported community-led efforts like Culture Fest and Indigenous Arts and Culture Week. We partnered with Cochrane Immigrant Services to support them in an application for a successful grant of $237,000. and we help translate selected truth and reconciliation calls to action into multiple languages to support broader community understanding. We also co-developed an accessible event toolkit with Inclusion Cochrane and piloted accessibility ambassadors at Cochrane Light Up. We did see a visible difference in for the residents that were attending that event, which was really nice to see. Much of this work is supported by just one community liaison who brings care, clarity, and calm to spaces that sometimes can be complex and emotionally charged. She does an outstanding job of balancing the nuance between what people feel and what the community needs. Her role is building relationships and trust behind the scenes is foundational to the success of her work. One of the most important outcomes of this approach is capacity building. When we help residents and grassroots groups access grants, deliver initiatives, and navigate town processes, we're not just funding projects, we're growing leadership. Over time, this will reduce reliance on direct funding requests and build a stronger, more resilient community. So this past year has felt a bit like we're building the bike, riding it down a hill without the brakes, but we're still pausing to make sure that we're waving to the people as we're passing by. So one of the youngest sections in the organization, we've been navigating how to deliver services, build structure, and plan for the future all at once. One of the biggest challenges has been capacity, both in terms of staffing and time. With a small but dedicated team, we've been responding to more events, more grant requests, more bookings, and more questions from a growing and engaged community. We've also had to find balance between being responsive in the moment and stepping back to think more strategically. That's hard to do when the pace is consistent, but it's something that we're learning to manage with intention. Vandalism continues to be a challenge in our parks and public spaces, requiring more time and resources from our operations team. And at the same time, we've seen a decline in volunteerism, which has meant some more community groups are needing more direct support than they've ever needed before. And while we love the diversity of the requests, from event permits to grant coaching to park use, each one is unique and each one takes care and time. The scale is growing, and so is our efforts to meet it with consistency and quality. But through it all, this team has shown up with curiosity, resilience, and care. Every challenge has helped us get clearer on who we are, where we're going, and how we want to lead, not from the front, but from alongside our community. Our early momentum has shown what's possible, but to sustain it, we need to right size. This means investing in structure, tools, and the people to keep pace with Cochrane's growth. We're also seeing how important it is to work across departments. Most of what we do, parks planning, events, grants, depends on good internal collaboration. Strengthening those connections will make us more responsive and more effective. Like other growing municipalities, we're realizing that community impact isn't something we deliver alone. It's something that we enable. So we're focusing on building up the people, partners, and systems to make Cochrane stronger in the long run. The work ahead is big, but we're ready, and we're finding our rhythm. What's exciting about 2025 is that we're moving from the groundwork into actions. This year will be about execution, not just checking boxes, but translating strategies into real spaces, real programs, and real partnerships that Cochrane residents can feel and see. We're taking a balanced approach. Some of our focus is on big picture planning and policy, while other is highly operational and community facing. What ties it all together is the intention. Many of these initiatives also strengthen how we support others and focus on building systems that make it easier for people to participate, contribute, and connect with their community. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Flowers, you're first up.
Wow, congratulations. You brought this area a long way in a very short time.
Thank you.
I think we forget just how busy you are and how many things you're working on. And really, 900,000 dog bags? I've always wondered how many got put out, but that's incredible.
Yes.
Amazing. And I had a question about the Minivision statue. Did we ever figure out who damaged it? Has there been any results?
Through the chair, that was handled through the RCMP, so I didn't receive that
You haven't
incident
heard
report,
anything?
no.
Just curious, I thought somebody would say something eventually. What else? Oh, where is the Meadow Place playground?
Through the chair to Councilor Flowers, sorry, I didn't catch your question.
The Meadow, what is it called? Meadow Place Playground, where is it?
Meadow Place Playground is, sorry, I'm just looking through the parks report. I believe is up around the Glen Eagles area where they were replacing it. But I can definitely make sure I have the exact
No
location.
worries. I was
Yeah.
just curious because I'd never heard of it.
I think sometimes there's some internal titles as well.
Right. And 51 grants you gave out? Wow. Is that list somewhere?
Through the chair to Councilor Flowers, yes, on our website, through the community grants website, we have all of our recipients that are listed.
And does each one of those give the town credit for receiving the grant? Because I don't hear that many talk about it.
It's something that we are updating to make sure it's very clear in our updated policy so that when the reporting is coming back, we're seeing that we are receiving that recognition. But currently, we don't have it very clear in our policy.
Good, because we don't know how many are getting money, so I'm sure the community doesn't know. And congratulations on helping the immigrant services receive that money. I didn't hear about that either. Was there an announcement of any kind from the government?
Through the government, they would have listed it on their website, but because Cochrane Immigrant Services were the applicant, we haven't communicated anything like
Just
that.
surprised we haven't heard about it because they've operated on a shoestring for so long. That's quite an amount for them.
Yeah, it's going to do wonders for their organization.
Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Councillor Reid.
Yeah, wanted to echo a couple of things. One is that congratulations. This was an incredibly powerful and meaningful presentation in terms of both the written content and what you've provided in this slide. And I think that's reflective in many ways of council's decision and investment in terms of the infrastructure of the organization as the communities move forward. And you're a great hire. Your team is wonderful, and having the opportunity to be able to work with both your team and you has been a rewarding experience for me personally and professionally. My question was basically in terms of being able to go forward. You kind of slid there in a reference to next year's budget process, but are there going to be implications as it relates to staffing? I mean, you talked about capacity. Will there be an indication, or is it premature to be able to ask, will there be more staffing requests for your area?
Through the chair to Councillor Reid, we would follow our internal staffing process. I haven't currently put forward any staffing requests because we are trying to make sure that we have an intentional plan for 2026. I'm still working through that.
Okay, thank you.
If I may, just independent of how that shakes out this year, I just will say that there is going to be the need for additional resources in this area in the not distant future.
Yeah, I think inappropriately, so thank you.
Councillor Federico.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. It was very detailed and it gave a lot of clarity to just where we've come from and where we're going to. A couple questions for you. I noticed that, so going into 2026, the number of sports fields increases from 26 to 30. The number of courts is from 12 to 22. Play structures 42 to 48, I believe. My old eyes are probably a little fuzzy right now. I'm just curious as to, are these areas that now, you know, in communities that are becoming part of, into the town kind of catchment, or just it seems like a great number of increases there? I was just wondering if you could kind of give some clarity to that.
For sure. So through the chair to Councillor Federico, the FCC process is a 2-year process with the developer. And so they manage and maintain and operate all of the infrastructure that they build. And then after 2 years, our team would take it on. And so that's where we're seeing that really big jump, is because we're coming to the end of the FCC process. So this isn't landing all at the exact same time in 2026, but by the end of 2026, this will be the total number that we will have completed FCC on and will be taking over maintenance on.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, the court services was a big jump, and so I was just like, where do those courts exist now? Like, I'm not sure where they exist.
It's a great question. So there are 20 pickleball courts
Yeah.
that are opening here this year. We are going to be maintaining and operating 8 of them, and then the Cochrane Pickleball Club will be maintaining and operating 12 of them. They were the applicant for the CFEP grant, and so that was how we were able to ensure that we were still keeping a few courts open for the community. The Jumpstart courts are also opening, and then there is an additional basketball court in the Greystone area. So those are the big numbers that are,
Okay.
that's where that's coming from.
Perfect, yeah, that kind of clarifies it, because I was kind of confused, I was like, I don't know where those are. I did have a question from somebody that asked me about Riverfront Park, and I guess because Riverfront Park was created as like a natural type of playground, there were grants that went towards that park to create that natural play place. And because it was kind of created, you know, due to flooding issues, the question was why was that? Like, we understand that things break down and things need to be replaced, but perhaps why was it not recreated in the same way that the grant supported it initially?
Through the chair to Councilor Fidego, I wouldn't have that information with me, but I can definitely make sure I bring it back. I know that there was some recent vandalism on a lot of those structures, and we had to pull them out due to safety reasons. And we are looking at trying to price out some composite of natural play structures. However, they are fairly expensive and they're not currently in the budget, so we're looking at what all of our options are. But I can make sure I bring back more information for you.
Yeah, that would be great, just because that was a question that came to me. And the only other critique that I honestly have in it is when we talk about Cochrane Light Up and Canada Day, and they're known as town-led events, I would say they're town-supported events. Stating that they're town-led, I think, is probably a bit of a hardship for those volunteer groups. And believe me, I was one of the people that used to lead Cochrane Light Up. Those volunteer groups spend many, many hours. And to say that they're town-led is not necessarily true. They're town-supported, of course, but they are led by a volunteer group. And I think it's really important when we talk about why we have declining volunteerism. Sometimes that kind of stuff can be taken personally. So I think we should be very cautious of just how we state that, and not that we're taking things over from people who actually do it from, I get it, so on one person's desk. However, nobody's getting paid from those volunteers, right? So that's only just probably something I'd probably maybe suggest in the future, is just town supported, because they're not created by the town at all.
I'm happy to provide some clarity on that it was something that happened a few years ago, but those events used to be under the grant initiatives. And because there was a decision that was made where we wanted to make sure that we were continuing to support those events, they were actually pulled out of the grant budget bucket. And what that led to was an RFP process. And so both of the organizations that lead those events, they actually applied through an RFP process to lead a town-led event. So that's where the shift has happened. But we are definitely making sure that we're supporting those organizations, recognizing that that is a big transition. And I would say that there is a value add to that with Cochrane Light Up last year. Additionally, we were able to support with an additional $30,000 through various departments to make sure that we were bringing more to the table and supporting the event. Whereas previously we would have just provided a grant and then kind of dealt with those events the same way that we're dealing with the current granted events. So the transition happened a few years ago, but we do have agreements and contracts with those organizers.
Fair enough. I appreciate that explanation. That's good to know. And just, yeah, it was only just reading it, so I appreciate kind of the background to it. So thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Nagel.
I'll keep my comments pretty short. I try not to give away meaningless praise, so just take that as the pretext of this. But I feel like you and your department seem to be doing a pretty good job since you've taken control of things. So thank you very much. And my only request is you don't take your foot off the gas. So keep going. Thank you.
Mayor Janung. Oh, did we miss Councillor McFadden? I'm sorry, the lights are deceiving me.
All right. Yeah, mostly I just wanted to say kudos and thank you to your team. Your work is seen and much appreciated. And I think the only thing I would ask, not to this report, perhaps for a future report though, I'd love to get a summary of the new recreation that has come on board in the last year, or pick your timeline, the new trails that have come on through development, the new parks that have come on, the Jumpstart, the pickleball courts, all of these new recreation amenities that we've worked with the development community or provided ourselves. And I think we just need to celebrate some of these great wins for our community on the recreation front. But again, kudos to the team. I love the nuggets in here. I really love the leaning in on the water conservation piece. And just the work that is quietly being done by your team. So thank you.
Thank you.
We'll try Mayor Janung again.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle, for your report tonight. I'm going to echo a lot of what my colleagues have said. Thank you for your work. I see your team or you at many of the events that I attend, and I just wanted to share, I've received multiple compliments about the work that you're doing from multiple organizations. That doesn't happen a lot. I think as an elected official, we're generally the magnets for negativity. So I'm always perk up when I get a positive comment, and there a lot are surrounding you and your team. So thank you for that. I just had one question. I'm glad to see you're focusing on volunteer groups and those organizations. I don't know if you and I have had any conversation about this, but the overarching, I'm curious, and maybe it's not a question you can answer tonight, but about the work that you intend to do in the future around supporting some of those. And I have seen in other communities interesting models around the city or the municipality facilitating some kind of volunteer support network. I don't have the answer or what that might look like. Is that kind of where you're leaning into?
Through the chair to the mayor. So there is some volunteer support currently that's run through FCSS, and it's very social focused. But what we are seeing is like all of these different groups that are volunteer led are needing the same type of support. And so as we start kind of readjusting and maybe slowing down to be a bit more intentional, we are going to start focusing on a bit more of a framework of how we can support those volunteers and make sure that we're helping them build capacity as well. Last week, we just hosted the community association meeting where I brought all of the directors, and they got to meet the directors and network. But they were able to share a lot of their same challenges that they're having. And there was opportunities to kind of build just off of something as simple as that. So there's a lot of options that we can be working through, but a framework is definitely the next step.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, that exhausts the lights. I'll choose a different compliment for an area that wasn't complimented by anyone else, and that was the ranch house operational financial recovery things that we see with our own eyeballs around here at the facility, and also during budget time. It's definitely improved since I began in 2017 and we began talking about it, and I'm just pleased to see this another amazing community asset, I think, being used in a much better fashion than it once was. So compliments to that team. The only other thing that caught my attention there was your 2025 key priorities. There's some real big hitters on there, and I can't wait to hear updates on the Lions Fifth Ave Rodeo lease, library facility needs assessment, and segueing into our next topic, the Horse Creek Sports Park, which looks like it's 5E on our docket, if you want to take it away for that.
For sure. I can give you just a quick snip of some updates. So we are in conversation with the Lions, and that conversation is continuing forward. And the library project, we launched that 3 weeks ago. FBM Architect is the consultant who won the RFP process. So we are working through that with them. And community engagement for that project is going to be starting here in the next few weeks. A month. And then the Horse Creek, I'm ready to share information whenever you're ready, but thank you all.
My library committee will be thrilled with that update. I'm sure they're watching, so.
Yes,
That's great.
yes, we have been working directly with the library. The new director is an active member of those meetings, and
Please go ahead with Horse Creek Sports Park, yes. Sorry to hold you up.
All right, so I do have Kyle in the back here with me from Urban Systems, just in case there's additional questions, but I'm here today to provide a quick update on Horse Creek Sports Park. So we're going to walk through what the revised concept looks like, the key drivers behind the changes, and the delivery outlooks for 2025 and 2026, and the next steps in moving this transformational project forward. Tonight's presentation will cover 4 main areas: the updated concept, what's changed and why, the project delivery outlook for this year, next year, and beyond, a review of the updated construction and cost estimates, and finally the key next steps to maintain the project's momentum. So I'll start by sharing just the updated concept, and then we can go through the rest here. So as you can see, the initial design is on the left, and then we have our current design on the right. So here we're intentionally focusing development in the southeast corner of the site as a starting point. This allows us to phase construction thoughtfully while aligning with the Parks Culture and Active Living Master Plan work that's happening right now. And it will guide the future build out based on data-driven community need. Through refinement, we've created a more efficient and functional layout, consolidating amenities, improving flow, and optimizing infrastructure, especially parking and servicing. This not only manages costs more effectively, but also sets the stage for a high-quality, multifunctional recreational space. There are several key reasons behind the revision of the concept. First, it's important to note that the original concept was developed nearly a decade ago, and since then, Cochrane has grown significantly and community needs have evolved. As we're currently undertaking the Parks Culture and Active Living Master Plan, it's important that the full site build-out is shaped by the updated data, emerging trends, and a clear understanding of how the space will be used. We've also made these changes to reflect the infrastructure realities, particularly updated. We've had to update the stormwater requirements tied to the 262 upgrade and redevelopment. And Rocky View Schools was no longer able to accommodate part along the bottom there near the stormwater pond, so we had to make an adjustment there. In addition, we focused on cost optimization and user experience, so clustering amenities, centralizing parking, and elevating the clubhouse as a potential multi-use hub. And finally, we've enhanced access for nearby communities like Heritage Hills and created synergies between recreational user groups by forming defined recreation nodes. This refined concept is strategic. It reflects what we know now and leaves room to grow based on what the community tells us they need in the future. So project delivery. So for 2025, our focus is on preparing the site and putting key servicing infrastructure in place. We'll begin with stripping and grading the majority of the site while preserving the northeast slope area for a future natural trail network and to maintain the environmental setback. Servicing the future school site is also a priority this year. It's a critical step in helping Rocky View Schools unlock provincial funding for their build, and we'll be installing water and sewer stubs to support future park amenities, ensuring the site is ready for the phased recreational development. The 262 construction, which is being led by West Hawk, will also take place this year and supports improved access to the site. And finally, we'll advance the detailed landscape design for Stage 1, Phase 1 of the Horse Creek Sports Park so that we're ready to bring it forward into the 2026 budget requests. So Stage 1 includes a diverse and high-impact mix of recreational amenities designed to respond to both current deficits and projected growth. We're starting with 6 ball diamonds, sport courts, hockey rinks, flexible green space, and a central clubhouse supported by washrooms and pathway connections. This mix wasn't chosen at random. It was informed by what we know about our current amenity deficits and the growing demand among local sport organizations. Groups like Cochrane Minor Ball, Men's Slow Pitch, and Adult Slow Pitch are among our largest and fastest growing community organizations. They also have some of the largest wait lists in town. By focusing on these needs now, we're not only addressing long-standing pressure, but also setting a strong foundation for future phases that will continue to reflect the evolving community priorities. So this image shows the proposed design and project for 2026. The delivery of 3 ball diamonds with the goal of having them fully operational and game ready for 2027 season. As we prepare for the delivery, there are several important factors still being worked through. One of the most significant is an environmental setback requirement that may affect the layout and timing of the construction. So just on that fourth diamond there where there's an environmental setback, it's a temporary setback, but it's something that we're working through. So the current high-level construction cost estimate for Phase 1, Stage 1 is between 10 to 11 million. This estimate reflects a comprehensive scope that includes finished grading, construction of the slow-pitch quad diamonds with backstops, a gravel access road, and half parking lot and fully serviced washroom facility. It also covers the installation of asphalt pathways, soft landscaping such as trees, shrubs, and lawn areas, as well as site furniture like benches and waste receptacles. Irrigation for the quad diamond outfields and appropriate fencing are also included in this cost. This estimate includes 30% contingency to account for market variability and design adjustments, along with all required engineering and design fees. As we move forward, the scope and cost details will be refined and validated as part of the 2026 budget planning process. As we look beyond Phase 1, Stage 1, the future build-out of the site will be informed by the Parks, Culture, and Active Living Master Plan. This ensures that we're making data-driven decisions that reflect current and future community needs rather than predetermining amenities too early. So our goal is to build what the community truly needs. We'll continue to engage with community partners to shape priorities and explore shared opportunities. Some of the future amenities may represent an increased level of service, like premium ball diamonds or specialized facilities, and we'll be developing a clear funding approach to support these elements. Part of that approach includes a focused grant and sponsorship strategy. We know that to move future phases forward, we'll need a mix of public and private investment, and administration is actively identifying grant opportunities and preparing the groundwork for a sponsorship model that aligns with the values and identities of the park. This will help us attract external funding while maintaining community ownership of the space. So what are the next steps? So as we move forward, there are 3 key actions guiding the next phase of this project. First, we'll be selecting the successful contractor for the 2025 site servicing work. This foundational step ensures critical infrastructure is in place and keeps us on track for future phases. Second, we'll be advancing the detailed landscape design for Stage 1, Phase 1. This design work will inform a formal budget request we plan to bring forward in the fall for the 2026 budget. Third, we will continue to work with community partners on funding opportunities. This includes both grant applications and the development of broader sponsorship and fundraising strategies. And so to support this, we're going to start after this. We'll be sharing it with the Parks and Recreation Committee and the primary sports groups who are going to be utilizing the site. This step is going to ensure that we're meeting their needs through the detailed planning design process and making sure that we're able to open the doors for potential partnership opportunities through funding. And that is all. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, Councillor McFadden.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you to the team again on this update. Super excited to see some meaningful next steps happening here. I've given up keeping track of the iterations of the design, but as long as the activities are happening on the site, I think that's a great win. And I love the fact that we're looking at being able to commit to 3 diamonds in 2027. So that was great news there. So yeah, big picture. Thank you very much for this. I know we'll have something to talk about, or budget in the fall, we'll have something to talk about in how we find a way to fund that, because $10-11 million in a year is a good chunk of change. I also appreciate you recognized the opportunity to partner with the sporting groups that want to make this happen. I think the only question I really had for clarity is around the, you'd identified the hockey and sports courts, I think in phase 2 of phase 1 or something. What's the idea for those hockey courts or sports courts? Like, are we gonna put in an ice plant so you could actually guarantee you have ice during the winter, or what's the dream on that?
Through the chair to Councillor McFadden, So we're gonna look at all options, and of course, everything comes with various price points, so we'll be evaluating that and bringing that forward. It'll be up to council's discretion, but we'll be able to make sure that we're providing the data on if we put an ice plant in, would it alleviate some of the need on the current arenas, but we haven't done any of that work yet. We've been focusing currently on the ball diamonds, recognizing that those are the deficit that we're experiencing the most right now. In this process, we also looked at what would turf look like on these diamonds, and it's substantially more, and so we started measuring that ROI, and irrigation for these diamonds just made a lot more sense, but we would be looking at various service levels on each of these amenities as we're working through the process.
Okay. I think one of the FCM tours in Halifax had an amazing, it wasn't even like an ice rink, it's more like an ice track that they'd set up. And so it was pretty cool because, like, obviously in the winter, it's set up, and so you could skate the big ice track, and it was kind of like a path. And then in the summer, which is when we were visiting, they were like renting out inline skates and such, and families and stuff were continuing to use that. So it would be neat to kind of maybe bring some of those innovative ideas into that. But yeah, so if money was no object, we'd be able to do all sorts of great things. But anyhow, thank you very much for the update. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Councillor Fedeko.
Thank you. I was asked this question, and I think it's maybe just important more from the public sense. Obviously, I know that this is taxpayer supported, but the question that I was asked is, why are no OSLs going towards this project or into perhaps future OSLs going to support the future build out?
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Fedeko, I'm going to attempt to answer it, but I may need to lean on Mr. Derricott. My understanding of the OSL is that it will support indoor recreation facilities that have a full plan, but there is an evaluation on our current OSL right now of how we can start integrating recreation amenities. I think Mr. Derricott may want to add to that, but.
No, thank you. Just to confirm, as Michelle suggested, is that these types of recreational amenities are not eligible under the current legislation.
Gotcha, but obviously if we're building a clubhouse, that might be the concept that could perhaps be used, or no?
I do not believe that the clubhouse would be eligible. It's pretty specific to what would be within a traditional recreational center, indoor ice rinks, swimming pools, the gymnasiums, those types of things.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. I think that's good clarity for, just because it was something that was asked. And just curious, I believe that, you know, this goes back a long time ago when Councillor McFadden met with all the different groups and the sports groups and stuff. And I believe that there was talk of some of those groups perhaps, you know, fundraising or coming together with some money. And is that part of, when you talk about working with partners, is that kind of also the reference, is like working with the different groups as to what perhaps financially they would contribute?
Through the chair to Councillor Fedeko, that's exactly what I'm referencing. So next week, I'm actually meeting with all three of the ball groups to share this with them. We've been in early conversations with Cochrane Minor Ball, but we want to make sure that all three of the groups have an opportunity to bring forward what they may be able to contribute or help fundraise or apply for grants. But then we also want to make sure that we're building the facility for what they need and you know, different specs and things like that. So we want them to be an active participant in the conversations.
Yeah, fair enough. They'll appreciate that. And just lastly, please tell us that that school site will be serviced before the end of the year. Perfect.
Yes, I believe that is the goal. There is, Kyle, do you want to add to this? So Kyle is here and he is kind of overseeing this. He'll be able to explain it perfectly.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Fedeko. So we're currently going through the procurement process with the highest ranked proponent. So we're doing final clarifications with them, anticipating signing a contract imminently once we get approval from administration. And they have committed that they are able to meet the requirements to service the school site fully by the end of this calendar year.
Perfect. That's great news. Thank you.
Councillor Reid, yes, please go ahead.
Just picking up on that one, when this is site ready, how many sites, school sites will we have in town ready for Rocky View School District?
Councilor Reid, I will have to get back to you on that. There would be this one, Rivercrest, Heartland, for Rocky View School, so there would be at least 3.
Okay.
But I'd have to look to see what other
So
ones.
we've got a couple in the mix, great. The second question I had was, what number version is this plan? Like I've lost track, like is it where 5? No, 10, 15 maybe? Okay, forget it then. What will be the capacity of that parking lot when it's all built out? I know it's in 2 phases, but just when both phases are together?
Through the chair to Councillor Reid, I've been told that they'd be appropriately sized, but I can get the exact number for you. Why we decided a half parking lot was because it was determined that half would be the appropriate size for 3 diamonds. But we would need the other half for the rest of the facility as it's built out. But I can make sure I get the exact number for you.
Okay, I'd be curious as to what it is. Is parking allowed on that township road?
Yeah, no, through the chair to Councillor Reid, I don't believe so. It will be.
We'll have to monitor that
Yeah.
based on the volume of participants going and things of that nature.
And then you spoke earlier in your previous presentation about vandalism. What steps are being taken to secure these facilities?
So through the chair to Councillor Reid, we currently do not need to secure any of our ball diamonds. We are not experiencing any major vandalism in the ball diamonds. We do have security that manages our pickleball courts just to make sure that we're operating within the noise bylaw. So we would lock the gates. But if it becomes an issue, then we would have to look at changing our operational scope for the
Yeah,
park.
you would hope not, and particularly with this location being where it is. And the last question is, what is just east of the ball diamonds? Is that private land, or I've forgotten what's there?
Yes, that's private land. It's Rocky View County land.
Yeah, it's in the county. It's a family owns it and farms on that property.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Janung.
Yeah, thanks. Quick question. You said about 3+. I mean, there's one ball diamond is kind of up in the air right now. 2027 was delivery. A related question, but not specific to Horse Creek, is the 2 ball diamonds in Greystone. Do we have a timeline on the delivery of those?
Yeah, so through the chair to the mayor, I believe it's 2026, the last I heard. They were wanting to make sure that the grass had time to fully root before they were allowing gameplay on it. So it will be next season that those are available.
So that's why I asked, because you could see that they look like they're ready, but they want to leave them a year established and then operational next year.
Yes, that's correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I can't let you leave this topic until I push on environmental setback. Michelle, what does that mean? Am I allowed to know what that means?
I'm going to call Kyle up for that.
Referring to the 4th baseball diamond that we're not sure will be implemented or will be late?
Yeah, so Deputy Mayor, the reason for that environmental setback is, the town went through a due diligence process on their environmental site assessment, did bird sweeps. It was found that in 2 of the kind of dying trees that have been sitting on that dwelling site for the past, probably decades, there were pileated woodpecker nests. They were not active, but they are a protected species under the Navigable Water. No, let's try the Navigable Bird Act. And so based under the federal requirements for the environmental setback, we have worked with the regulator, identified the area that will not be touched while it's migratory bird season until the end of summer. At that time, it'll be monitored again. If there's no birds nesting in there, we will do the stripping and grading right up to there. But those trees need to be monitored for 3 years, or we'd have to work with the regulators to find alternative methods to, remove, relocate, take that tree down depending on the final uses. So we're going through those steps right now, and it is a lengthy process. So the commitment is to not, promise that any diamond's going to be there until we go through all the proper regulatory procedures.
My, oh my. Okay.
Sure, it's late.
Yes, thank you for that. Okay. So Two quick questions. One, paving of Township 262, can that be expected this year? Do we have an answer on that? I get that question a lot.
Yes, that's happening this year.
Excellent. And final one, lighting for quad baseball diamonds, is that in the plan right now, not in the plan? Future decision?
Currently, that will be part of our detailed design evaluation and before we bring anything forward to budget.
Okay, excellent, thank you. I think that concludes all the lights. Thank you for that presentation. Looks like we have one more, 5F, and procedurally, before we do that, I believe I need a motion to go past 10 o'clock. Is that correct, administration? Yes. Would anybody be willing to make that motion? Councillor Nagel?
I move that we go past 10 o'clock.
Okay, all those in favor? And opposed? 6-1 approved. I guess we can move on to 5F, traffic bylaw amendment, please, Michelle.
All right, I will try to be really quick here. Again, I have Marcia here this evening with me from Urban Systems. She supported the development of this bylaw. So the project is included in the Active Transportation Fund Planning Grant. So it's the same as the Active Transportation Guidelines that I brought forward a few weeks ago. So the purpose of this bylaw is that we've undertaken is to update and modernize Cochrane's traffic bylaw in a way that reflects how our community is growing and how people are moving through it. This means aligning our regulations with new modes of travel like e-scooters and e-bikes, supporting the infrastructure that we've been investing in for active transportation, and ensuring our policies work seamlessly with the new active transportation design guidelines. It's about enabling safe multimodal travel that is inclusive, accessible, and supports our long-term transportation visions. Our existing bylaws were written in 1996 and do not reflect how Cochrane moves today. We've seen a surge in the use of micromobility devices, and we've made significant investments in pathways, bike lanes, and pedestrian-friendly designs, but our regulations haven't kept pace. We need to close those gaps, and whether it's around safe passing distances, appropriate sidewalk use, or ensuring e-scooters use is both allowed and regulated in a way that supports safety and shared use. So this was a very comprehensive process. We worked with Urban Systems to do a detailed gap analysis, both against Alberta Traffic Safety Act and against peer municipalities across the province. We looked at places like Calgary, Edmonton, Canmore, Airdrie, and others to see what best practices were emerging. There's a fuller report in the report that was attached to this for this presentation. So the bylaw was developed collaboratively with internal teams and intentionally integrated with the new active transportation design guidelines. So we were trying to make sure that we weren't creating anything in isolation and everything was working together seamlessly. The changes are focused on clarity, safety, and consistency. We've introduced specific regulations around micromobility, defining where e-scooters and e-bikes can operate and under what conditions. We've clarified right-of-way expectations on sidewalks and pathways and introduced new rules around parking, especially to keep curb letdowns and bike lanes clear. We've also introduced new terms to make bylaws more intuitive, like multi-use pathway and wheeled conveyance, so that when we can clearly describe where people can go and how we want the different users to interact. A few practical examples help bring this to life. Drivers will now be, once this is approved, will be required to leave 1 to 1.5 meters of space when passing someone that's on a bike in a bike lane. Bikes and e-scooters will be allowed on sidewalks unless signage indicates otherwise. Multi-use crossings now have clear expectations for yielding. We've also introduced basic safety equipment requirements, like requiring lights, bells, and reflectors, to improve visibility and safety, especially at night. So we know bylaws don't enforce themselves, so a big part of this rollout will be communication. That includes clear signage, education campaigns, and coordination with enforcement and communications team. We'll also look at future alignment with other bylaws like land use, parks, and snow clearing to make sure we're consistent across the board. And as new infrastructure comes online, we'll be adjusting the bylaw as needed to reflect how people are using the network. So our next steps, we are presenting this evening to Committee of the Whole to gather your feedback on the bylaw, and if there's support, we'll be bringing the bylaw forward for first reading in June and second and third readings in July.
Public education and phased implementation will follow, timed alongside infrastructure rollout so people can learn about the changes while they're experiencing the improvements. And the goal is to make this a smooth transition and build community support for safer, more connected travel in Cochrane. I'm happy to take any of your questions.
Councillor Reid, thank you for sticking with us.
Yeah. I'm uncomfortable with bicycles being on the sidewalk. I recognize that pedestrians have priority, but I remain concerned about that. In going ahead with this, allowing bicycles on sidewalks, does the town put itself in any liability or position of liability, or is that between the cyclist and the pedestrian?
I'm gonna get Marcia to answer that. Councillor Reid?
Through the chair, you can add additional bylaw in terms of who has right of way when it's on the sidewalk. So usually it's with the slower moving person or mode would have the right of way over the faster moving mode.
Okay, yeah, because I think it already is an issue. But the other question I had then is if we allow bicycles on sidewalks, and again, pedestrians have the right of way, but it becomes an issue, can we go back and re-examine that? And then likewise, is there still a need for bicycle lanes? Are we promoting bicycle lanes if we're allowing people to ride their bicycles on the sidewalk?
Through the chair to Councillor Reid, so the active transportation guidelines they gave us some guidelines of when we could implement a bicycle lane, right, whether it was protected or painted. But I think providing those options to residents, because there's varying comfort levels of cyclists, will maintain safety for a lot of people. You may have someone who cycles quite often and they're comfortable on a bicycle lane, but you may have someone who is not as comfortable cycling and they may be on the sidewalk. But it is in the bylaw also that only on area, like unless it's signed. So if there are areas of the community where we're having a lot of challenges with cyclists being on the sidewalk, we are able through this bylaw to sign it where we can say no cyclists on the sidewalk. But we would have to go through a pretty lengthy process to understand which areas that exactly needs to happen.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Councillor Federico.
I have a quick question, and this might not have actually been addressed in this at all, but up by Jumping Pound, there's a bike lane that seems to lead to nowhere. I think Councillor Nagel and I get bombarded with that question almost every year. Is that being removed at all? Just because it doesn't really, it's not going anywhere, and I know people were asked about parking there. Just I was curious if this looked at that particular spot.
So through the chair to Councillor Federico, with the active transportation guidelines that would be coming forward for approval, we would be following those in any redevelopment. But with the connectivity strategy that we're doing, we are doing a lot of data collection on understanding who's moving where and what type of mode are they moving in. So that will also help us determine, how many cyclists are on the bike lane, or is it all just parked cars? I know exactly where it's right next to the soccer fields, right?
I think it's or it's higher up.
It's higher up.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
so
going into like the Toki Reserve, right?
Yeah. So we are measuring the data on that entire road just because of where you have to get off onto the pathway to understand. So our connectivity strategy and the active transportation guidelines will help us kind of make those next step determinations of what we should be doing with that lane specifically.
Okay. Perfect, yeah, because I know we get asked, I think, every year on that one. And the last question, have we ever given out any bike tickets? Like, have we given out tickets to either cyclists or to motorists? Like, other than like somebody being hit, but like, have there been any sort of enforcement things that?
Yeah, that's through municipal enforcement. I don't have that data, but I can make sure that I bring it back.
Yeah, I'd just be curious.
Through the chair to Councillor Federico, anecdotally, I can tell you that the majority of tickets that would have been handed out to cyclists would be the ones that municipal enforcement does as a goodwill campaign, where they credit appropriate behavior while operating a bicycle. But it's certainly not a high priority enforcement area. Again, we have very limited staff in that section. It is an area that we are reviewing actively, but so their priorities are based on safety first. If it's a safety concern, they will certainly respond, but they aren't actively enforcing cyclists. The update of this bylaw with updated clear prohibitions or restrictions or guidelines or rules, this allows our municipal enforcement team to actually enforce the bylaw because the enforcement provisions weren't up to date previously.
Yeah. I'd be curious, probably not necessarily what's happened in the past, but maybe what's coming in the future, if anything. Thanks.
Councillor Nagel.
I know it's not specifically within this policy, but I too would love to see the bike lane up by the Jumping Pound condos revisited. I think there's 2 bike lanes up there. One would be plenty, and I'm sure the residents who live up there would love some excess parking. And then regarding the bikes, I also wanted to provide comment on that, the bikes on sidewalks. I think that there are certain streets in Cochrane where this is super important, areas where it is critically dangerous for people to be on bikes, like the 22 bridge, for example. At best, if you make cyclists go down there, you're going to cause a bunch of traffic problems. At worst, a semi-truck is going to run somebody over. And like those areas are just so unsafe that you need to allow people to be on the sidewalks. But there's some smaller areas that you wouldn't think of, like Railway, for example, over by the tire shops. That is a little death trap when everybody's parked in there. I almost got hit a few times when I was biking around Cochrane before, and this became near and dear to my heart. So I hope we do something to protect the ability to be on the sidewalk, especially in certain areas, and then enforcing or telling people that they need to have the sound system, whether a bell or whatever, I think is really important. And then I also have a question. Are we able to require e-scooters to have some sort of noise-making apparatus?
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Nagel, I believe that is, I'm just looking at some of my wording. I have it in there, but I believe it is exactly in there.
Okay.
To make sure that e-scooters, e-bikes, regular bikes, they all have, there's a list of exactly what they need. Sorry, I don't have it right in front of me here.
If I may,
yes,
it is
Mr.
required of e-scooters. I
Thank
remember
you.
reading that they are required to have a bell or a bell-like system.
Okay, another question, much lower priority, but also an annoyance. Where are e-scooters supposed to be parked? I only bring this up, again, from my vast pool of personal experience. I came home like a week ago and some jerks parked their e-scooters on my yard. So where are they supposed to be when they're parked?
Through the chair to Councillor Nagel, was it a bird scooter?
Like the e-scooters, the ones
Like the
people
rented
rent?
ones?
Yeah,
Okay.
on my lawn, yeah.
So definitely you can call, and they're in their agreement, they are required to remove them right away.
Okay.
We have been working with them to create corral systems and incentives for residents to bring their scooter back to a very specific location, but that is not happening all the time, obviously. But we don't have a very specific parking spot
Okay.
outlined in the bylaw.
Yeah, that's a minor issue compared to my other concerns, but thank you.
Councillor McFadden.
Yeah, I'm glad to see this coming ahead. I think controlling speed of the e-bikes and the electric wheelchairs and all the whizzy fun ways to get around is important. So glad we're doing that, and being able to add some tools to enforce. I know it's been a gap. And then, yeah, for allowing cyclists where it's appropriate to be on the sidewalk, totally makes sense. I live downtown, and it's a busy place, and my kid has recently chosen to ride his bike to school, and I don't want him to tell me what he's doing, because I've done it, and it's scary. So I hope he's on the sidewalk, and I hope he's wearing a helmet. Don't tell me otherwise. I don't want to know. But generally speaking, there are some really scary places in town, and we need to enable the safe transportation. So that is just my point on that one.
Thank you.
Councillor Flowers.
Thank you for this information. I think most of it is great. I do see a lot of e-scooters riding double downtown. Do we give out tickets for that?
I don't believe that that's outlined in the bylaw.
Said it wasn't allowed, but I didn't see where there was a ticket for it.
If I may, I believe that it is part of the user agreement that they agree to when they rent a scooter that that is prohibited, but I don't know that it's specifically limited through our bylaws or processes. What I would say is in instances of that, if that's shared with us, we can pass that on to the company that regulates that and hopefully moderate the users that way.
Do we have any rules about helmets?
So I will look through the quick updates here for the scooters.
Or for anything, bikes or kids under 12?
Do you have it memorized? No? If there's any helmets. You don't have it memorized here. Sorry, I'm
Like, I
just
think
looking
with the
through to make.
scooters right now, it's the same as Calgary, it's 18 or under is mandated, but then anyone over 18 has the choice whether or not they wear the helmet. I don't know if the town used to require a helmet, but I don't know if that got.
I don't remember seeing it anywhere.
Yeah, I'll take a look through and make sure that we have captured that in there.
If I could, through the chair to Councillor Flowers, that regulation is also covered under the Traffic Safety Act, so that gives any peace officer the authority to enforce that act.
Just wondered if we should have it in there as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that update, Michelle, and for the 3 presentations in a row on behalf of council. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that leaves us with no more agenda items other than a closed session, which I would need to ask for a motion to go into such a closed session if somebody would like to provide that motion. Councillor Flowers, all those in favor of closed session? And approved. This eliminates the public portion of the meeting.